Dear colleagues, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you on today's workshop, where we gather to deepen our understanding of the SEPA and its significance for Montenegrin financial ecosystem. We are honored to have two distinguished experts with us today, Mr. Kjeld Herman and Mr. Francis de Rook, whose deep knowledge and practical experience will guide us through all intricacies of SEPA, from its history and legal foundations to the operational aspects and adherence to the implementation. These insights will undoubtedly be very valuable in navigating this transition in the context of Montenegro and our countries in the region. In addition to the approximately 45 to 50 participants here in person, I'm delighted to share that we also have more than 100 participants joining us online. Among them, I would really like to say hi to our dear colleagues from National Bank of Serbia, National Bank of Bosnia and Herzegovina, National Bank of North Macedonia, Bank of Albania, and Central Bank of Kosovo. Together, we are all working towards SEPA adherence, not only as individual countries, but as a region committed to the integration and progress. For Montenegro, this year is a key step forward. Most of our banks are on track to submit SEPA application by April 18th, with planned SEPA go-live date of June the 3rd of 2025. We aim that all Montenegrin banks are fully integrated to SEPA by the end of 2025. It is also essential to highlight that introduction of SEPA alongside the TIPS clone project for instant payments that which LOI we have just signed, in fact the governor have just signed in Bank of Italy on 10th of January this year, has a potential to significantly contribute to our economy. Preliminary estimates suggest that these advancements could narrow Montenegro's GDP per capita income gap with the EU countries by 2 percentage points. Today's agenda is very, very full, and this workshop is an opportunity to open dialogue, to ask questions. So in that aspect, I encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and share your perspectives. Together, we can assure a seamless and successful journey into SEPA, strengthening our financial sector and fostering closer alignment with the EU. Without further ado, given the packed agenda for today, let me begin by inviting our speakers to the stage to take us through the history and legal context of SEPA. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind words and for the introduction. I understand that not only do we have a packed agenda today, but you already had a fantastic workshop yesterday with Ernst & Young and the Banking Federation. Slightly less well-known than Ernst & Young for now, Payloom. We are a consulting firm specialized in payments, and we've had the privilege of working alongside with the central bank for these past couple of weeks to address some of the SEPA challenges. I've had the opportunity to work with many of you on your project plannings. And I'm really keen to introduce you to my good friend Francis de Rook. So Francis is the person I call when I have questions about SEPA payments and I don't know the answer. Maybe Francis, I can let you introduce yourself and give a little bit of your history.
Thank you. Good. It's working, yeah. Good morning all, and giving the beginning of the year best wishes and a nice SEPA migration in 2025. It will be challenging. Anyway, so I'm Francis de Rook. Until very recently, I worked in the cash management division of department direction at BNP Paribas, a big bank. The cash management competence center, that's where they do the product management of all the payment products. But I retired recently in April, and I'd like to share my knowledge with all of you. But from that cash management perspective, I had the contacts, and I was responsible for the contacts on payments with the European Payments Council. I was at the board. With the clearing houses like EBA Clearing, I was the board as well. I worked together to develop the Step 2 integration. I was at the TIPS working group even. So I have a lot of contacts, experience, and I'd like to share this with you today, if possible. You will see on the first slide already passed, but this is an interactive session. So please feel free, raise your questions. I like the questions. I will not answer. Yes, I will answer. But the people that are on the line here, it is perhaps a bit difficult to raise the questions on the go, but there will be some Q&A times after each section. So at that time, we'll pick up your questions as well. Okay? Yeah. So the slide is the clicker. Super. The history and the introduction. Yeah, we have to start somewhere. So we will not start with Adam and Eve, but we will start in 2000 with the Lisbon Agenda. The European Treaty said we have freedom of movement as goods, capital, service, people. That was in the year 2000. Very nice. And then we had the Lisbon Agenda on top of that, where we will make the EU the most competitive and dynamic knowledge economy. This is all nice. So there were some drivers. We need a single market to do that. We need a strategy, of course, an efficient financial markets, economical reforms. And so now the banks sit together. And this is important to know. The SEPA project is not a political project. It is the banks who created it. It is not the EU. It is not the Commission whatsoever. This is a banking product, SEPA. And that's important to know. So the banks had to sit together and said, well, if we have to create all these efficient markets, and it is good, we will create a payment platform, instrument scheme, you name it, to make this run and to make this happen. And so they created SEPA. But that's nice. Once you have the SEPA, somebody has to create all those schemes. And that's where comes, first for the region, that's where comes the EPC. So the SEPA region today is already quite big. Here you see the 38 countries. Very today, we are still 36, but very soon we will be 38 when you add Montenegro and Albania. They're already on the list. So you have, SEPA is the single euro payment. It's not European, it's euro. Keep this in mind. Single euro payments area, not European, euro. So this goes, of course, outside of euro, and you're the best example of Europe. We have countries that are in euro, in euro, out euro, in Europe, out Europe, in EEA, out EEA. So it is all related to euro payments area, and you're a good example of this. You take that one?
Whoops, sorry about that. I think I got too close to... Can you hear me? Hello? Just not too loud, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
there we go. Or shall I take that mic? Is that easier? Up.
Take this mic. All right, so what's the European political context regarding payments? Because it's not a standstill environment, right? The environment and the legislative context of payments is continuously evolving. Much of that is defined by what's called the European four-pillar payment strategy. The four-pillar payment strategy consists of just that, 4 pillars, right? Increasingly digital and instant payment solutions. So we see this push towards instant payments. Not quite there yet with Montenegro, but with the TIPS clone, we'll get there as well. Innovative and competitive retail payments markets. We see the threat coming from abroad, where we have these huge payments giants in China, in the US, that are entering the European market, and when it comes to retail payments that control the European market, thinking about Visa and MasterCard. So it's also an important sovereignty question for Europe to be able to do payments independently, and having an instant payment rail is key to that. We need to have efficient and interoperable payment systems. So we see this interoperability, certainly with instant payments as well, where the ECB is building bridges to other instant payment systems around the world, with multi-currency TIPS, with Project Nexus, and so on and so forth. And finally, we want efficient international payments, efficient cross-border payments, again, in the framework of the G20 agenda on payments as well. Now, in Europe, there are... Oh, I muted myself. where's the clicker? I have the clicker. There we go. So in Europe, we have two types of legal instruments that we have when it comes to payments legislation, being regulations and directive. Just a show of hands, who knows what the difference is between the two? All right. So I guess regulations don't necessarily apply here directly. What regulations are legislation, European legislation that applies directly to European businesses, to European citizens. So it doesn't need to be translated into national law. Directives are a little bit different. They are setting policy objectives, if you will, very often very detailed and granular policy objectives, but they do need to be translated into domestic legislation. Now, in the context of Montenegro, of course, since the regulations don't apply directly, not being part of the EU, we transpose some of these regulations into domestic legislation as well, into Montenegro. But as we go through the European legal context, and Francis takes you through it, take into account that we have these two different structures that exist.
So there are some regulations you need to know anyway. Yeah. Some of them are transposed, others not. Once you will become, and I hope very quickly for you all, join Europe, you will anyway have to adopt them. But we have to work with that in the SEPA environment. And to run the SEPA environment, we need to have to respect all of them. And what you did here in Montenegro is transpose all the things that are necessary out of those regulations to make run the SEPA environment. So which one are these? First of all, this doesn't apply to you directly today, but it's very important to know for your counterparts in Europe, is the cross-border payment regulation. Cross-border payment regulation, it just simply said, obliges us, all the ones in Europe that are under this regulation, to offer the cross-border payments at the same price as the domestic payments. That's the cross-border payment regulation. The SEPA end date regulation, that's a very important one. We call it end date, we come to that in some moments. In this regulation is written everything you need at minima do with SEPA. For example, a SEPA payment is only between two IBANs. You need blacklists, you need whitelists, all these things you need to do, they're all written down in the SEPA regulation. The PSD2 and the 3, the Payment Service Directive, is the global framework, I would say, for everything what's around payments. It's all together in one, the PSD2, and will soonly become in 26, 27, even in the number 3, and the PSR, the Payment Service Regulation. Everything is written around payments. Examples, you need to protect your consumers. They have a refund right. You have to respect the value dates. You have to have some minimum things in reporting. That's all in the directive of the payments. You transposed everything to make this run here in Montenegro, which is nice. Last but not least one, there are a lot of regulations, of course, but the ones here is related to payments, is the Settlement Finality Directive. This is the access on the central bank accounts to make the settlement final. This is the power of the credit transfer. Once you get it, you have it, and you have it for always. And the bank that receives the money will credit the account of the beneficiary, because the Settlement Finality Directive arranges the settlement, in fact, on central bank level. That's in this directive. And very new is the Instant Payment Regulation, which will come, which in fact is an annex or an add-on or an update of the SEPA End Date Regulation. It adds on top, because in the SEPA End Date Regulation is mentioned credit transfers, is mentioned direct debits, but not instant payments. They didn't exist at that time. And now there is an update, which is the Instant Payment Regulation, which started, by the way, this month for us. And upcoming is, of course, the update. So this is an environment you need to know. Anyway, this is ruling the whole SEPA. Well, the end date regulation is there. In fact, why is it called end date regulation? It's important as well. SEPA is an initiative from banks. Banks said, if we make a good SEPA scheme, payment, we can avoid regulation. I would say keep on dreaming. You never avoid regulation in our countries. So everybody implemented SEPA, but nobody started SEPA. Because you have, and you will face this in your migration as well, you have some resistance from your clients. Say, well, it works well, fine now, why need to change over? So this will happen anyway. And then you have a competitive problem. The bank that offers this to the clients is perhaps a good SEPA bank, but the corporate said, no, I go to that other bank, they still offer the old system, and so I don't need to migrate. So nobody dared to switch off the legacy systems. And then they asked the regulator, well, if you could give us a date by which it is mandatory, everybody need to do this, then we will migrate. That's how it comes. And so the regulator wrote the SEPA end date regulation. But what we didn't ask was all the rest that came together with the regulation. But it is as it is. And it is finally, it is after all, but so many years after, it is a very good thing. I will not say a bad thing about the SEPA end date regulation. It rules us perfectly, by the way. That's why it is called end date regulation, and still now. It is from 2012, you see. We are now 13 years later. It works fine and runs up. And the cross-border regulation, I already mentioned, very important. The cross-border payments need to be charged identically to domestic payments. They don't say for free, they say the same price. If, of course, you offer. In some countries, the line where I live, the domestic payments were for free, so we had to offer cross-border payments for free as well, which is not always funny. So, you see, 2025, 2001, we're already 25 years busy with the SEPA. In 2001 was the famous Lisbon Agenda, the treaty, same charges, domestic came. And we started already with the cross-border payments, make them more efficient by the price. The EPC was then created in 2002, but we had the SEPA schemes. But now, who will run, who will make, who will build them? And so the banks created together the EPC. Again, the EPC, European Payments Council, EPC, is not a political instrument. It is a private initiative from the banks. Important to know as well, and it helps us quite a lot, and it lobbies well for us as well. Okay, PSD2 came. The first scheme, SCT scheme, was launched in 2008. It ran already a bit, but not quite a lot. There was no end date yet, remember? 2009, the SDD schemes came, and you see the end date regulation, it's not here on, it's from 2012. So nobody migrated because there was no mandatory pressure. Was important. And so in 2012 came this famous end date regulation, and that was the real start and kickoff of the big game, and SEPA started. We had then the PSD2 that came a bit later. Well, you can read them. And now in 2025, we are already with instant payment regulation, which is in fact, we come later on, an extension of the SEPA credit transfers, but then instant. The European Payments Council now. So it's independent, I mentioned this, international, non-profit, with 83 members that are member of this payment service, of this institution, all payment service providers. 2002 it was created to create two SEPA schemes, and today we have already 4,000 banks in Europe that adhere to the EPC, so nearly everybody. The EPC, the main schemes are the credit transfer. We focus on this today, but there are also the direct debits. We come to that at the end of the presentation. It's a very interesting instrument as well. In two variants, the core, the P2P. We have the one leg out, which is new, and we have the instant payments. One leg out is one leg is in the euro environment, in Eurospace, and one leg is completely out. For example, a euro payment to the US, for example. That's a one leg out payment. So the EPC today is running all the SEPA schemes, and the SEPA schemes together, they do represent on a yearly basis 40 to 50 billion transactions a year. That's quite a lot. So they run massively. The purpose of the EPC is to represent our payment sector. It's very important. and to maintain these SEPA schemes. The mission, they are in constant dialogue with the stakeholders. We will see this, how they make the rule books, the update. It is in dialogue with the stakeholders. It is just not on an ivory tower where you have some thinkers and they say this is the best. This is not how it works, completely not in the EPC. And that's the interesting part. So it is with complete interaction with the stakeholders the whole time. And the EPC is organizing this for us. And taking the strategic, of course, perspective to these schemes. Most important, the second point, the EPC is the owner and the manager of the SEPA schemes. They do the maintenance of the schemes, they create them, they maintain them, they update them, so they're owner of the SEPA schemes. And if you want to run a SEPA scheme, you have to adhere to the EPC, of course. We come to that in some slides. Okay, so you want to participate in the SEPA schemes, you need to be a member of the EPC. It's very important. Who can participate in the SEPA schemes and to the EPC? In fact, every PSP that is licensed in its territory. So if you are a bank and you are in the territory of SEPA, Montenegrin banks will be in the territory of SEPA, so they're licensed, so they can adhere if they like, or if they want, or they need to. So credit institutions, we have also the EMA institutions, I don't think there are here. You have payment institutions, and payment initiation service providers, but that's vibrant. You need to be reachable. This is important. You cannot say, I will only send SEPA messages. That doesn't work. You need to be reachable, mandatory, otherwise you cannot adhere to the schemes. So the outside world need to be able to send SEPA payments towards your clients. Eligibility criteria, rather evident. It's a big slide, but it's rather. First, you need, of course, to satisfy the eligibility criteria. We will see this in the adherence agreement. You have to have a valid BIC 8 or 11, not a problem here neither. And to prepare actively to be reachable. Very easy, I would say. Now you see a complete list of bullets. If you are a credit institution, normally you have automatically completed all the bullets. You have to be active in the business, you have to provide accounts, you name them. You have to be incorporated and licensed in your country, a sufficient level of liquidity, important. Be able to meet a rating of criteria at the scheme. Comply with all the regulations. Well, these are all, I would say, logical things that automatically are. So we can, well, say skip this, but this is an evidence, I would say, itself. Adherence. If you want to adhere, you go first thing you should do is go to the EPC website. And you will see there is a toolkit. You can download it, it's open, it's for everybody. The website is public. You will see a toolkit and with minimum things to do. It's very good, very efficient. And you will find also the adherence related documentation. Quite a lot. We come through it. And you will see the adherence pack. The adherence pack, there are 3 main documents in it. A lot of things to do, but the 3 main are the adherence agreement, you need to sign. Makes sense, I would say. You have the schedule to the adherence agreement. When will you adhere? Or the date, and so on. And you have a legal opinion. We come in detail on this now. I think we come in detail on the documents. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you will also have to make a brief description of your CSM arrangements, clearing and settlement mechanism. You will have to be reachable, and you have to explain how. And not reachable to one region or to one country. You have to be reachable to the whole SEPA region. So somebody from, I don't know what, the UK, from Iceland, from Norway, here the difficult ones, but whatever, Belgium, France, Germany. You need to be reachable to all, not only to the one of your country or to your neighbors, to all. And you have to organize yourself. You have to explain this, and EPC severely looks to this. They really look to this, and it is important for them. and it makes sense, of course, that is so important. You can make up arrangements, but you have to describe the whole thing. And you have to, in rather detailed, so this is an important mission you have to do. In the adherence agreement, what is it in fact, an adherence agreement? It is a multilateral contract. The EPC is not a political instrument. It is not a regulator. It is, they just manage the schemes, but they are no police, if I may say so. They don't have a police role. So it is why you have to sign this multilateral agreement. If everybody signs the same agreement and behaves exactly the same, then you can work. That's how it works. That's the principle of the schemes, in fact. And so it summarizes this adherence agreement you will have to sign. It summarizes the main documents of the credit institution, and you have to schedule. You have to say in your schedule when will you apply to the SEPA regulation. We come to the schedule in some slides further. Yeah, you do the legal opinion. Perfect. He takes the difficult points.
There are some things changing here with respect to what you'll see on the EPC website today. So as Francis said, you can download the adherence packs on the EPC website, but we are in the process of changing them, and that has an impact. Just to come back to the adherence agreement for 1 second, the adherence agreement needs to be signed by someone who has legal authority to sign on behalf of the bank. The legal opinion needs to be signed by a lawyer, so someone who has the right to practice law in Montenegro. That can be someone inside the bank, or that can be an external lawyer, but they need to be practicing at the bar or whatever the equivalent is in Montenegro. So it has to be someone who is able to stand in court as a lawyer. If there are multiple of such people within your organization, it's the most senior one within your organization that signs. So that would typically be your general counsel, provided that they have the ability to practice law. So another important detail is the order of signing. You have to sign the adherence agreement before you can sign the legal opinion. Why? Because the legal opinion says, yes, everything is in place, the adherence is in place, and so on and so forth. You can't testify to that until the adherence agreement is signed. So that's an important one. Put a day in between the two. So sign the adherence agreement with 1 day, sign the legal opinion a day later. If the order is wrong, your application will be refused. So it's in the details sometimes. What is also changing with this legal opinion? If you download the legal opinion, you will see that it starts with text giving a reason why your institution is eligible to join the EPC scheme. Why are you a provider of payment services? And you can use either standard language, which is provided on that document, or you can use your own language, right? So your own definition of why you are a payment service provider. Today, there is no standard language for Montenegro. We are in the process with the central bank as well as with the European Payments Council of updating this adherence document, the legal opinion, to also include this standard language. That's a very important thing. Why? Because it makes you automatically eligible to join the EPC scheme. If you are not automatically eligible, for example, if you're a payment institution, there's a lot more documentation that you will need to submit to the European Payments Council. Whereas now, with the standard language that we are introducing, you will be limited to these 3 documents fundamentally, being the adherence agreement, the schedule associated to that, the legal opinion, and finally an explanation of your clearing and settlement mechanisms. So, did I miss anything on the legal opinion? All right, so be aware that this is changing, right? Communicate it internally. The central bank will also send out a notification when the adherence documents have been updated, but keep in mind that there will be that standard language and you will be automatically eligible to join the scheme as a credit institution in Montenegro.
Yeah. I adhered already for a lot of banks and branches, and My personal experience is it is not so evident as it looks, but you have an excellent collaboration with the EPC. Mostly when you send in your documents, your all adherence pack, it rarely passes from the first time, unless you are perfect. But they look to it, and they give you feedback and say, well, this is this or that need to be changed. You do this, and you send a new document. So the best thing I could suggest to you is, once you are ready in all your adherence pack, all the documents are ready, you send them by mail to the EPC, not yet signed and so on. You send them by mail, say, this is what I would like to sign. Is this complete? Is this what you need to do, what you're expecting from us? Could this work? They give you feedback, you send the documents, and then it goes like easy as that, like a piece of cake. So, but it is, so you can interact with the EPC, send a first trial, I would say, documents, the view, you give the answer back, and then you send in the right documents. That's my experience I had over the time, and it works perfectly. But sometimes it works from the first time, but not always, I would say. So certainly with the legal opinion, they're very strict, and it's logic because you have a multilateral agreement. It is very important for the 4,000 other participants that when you adhere exactly how you need to adhere. So that's why it is so strict. The clearing and settlement arrangements. So I already mentioned it. You have to describe how you will organize yourself. The evidence of contracts is correspondent banks here. So will certainly be your case here. So it needs to be written down, and they will analyze all this in depth. So this needs to be coherent and logic to work out. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So the clearing and settlement provider here in Montenegro will be a scheme participant. So you will not be a direct or participant to a clearing and settlement mechanism. You will be an indirect participant. And we'll talk about the various market infrastructures. But fundamentally, what the EPC is looking for is that you will become a reachable BIC through EBA Step 2. So what you will need is to show that you will be a reachable BIC in Step 2, and you will do that through a direct participant. Some of you are going through commercial banks, some of you are going through branches that you might have in the EU or other countries within the SEPA zone. In an ideal situation, you would be able to provide a contract between you and this correspondent bank for these SEPA payments as evidence that you will be reachable by a certain date. Failing to do so, you can also provide a letter saying that there is that intent to make it reachable. So ideally, contract, if not written confirmation from the scheme participant that they will be representing you. So CSM in this context doesn't mean a market infrastructure. It means the sponsor bank who is going to represent you on EPA Step 2.
Yeah, comes here. The register is not so EPC has a big register online with everybody that adhered. It's an important list, so you can see this is public. You can consult the 4,000 banks. Who adheres? It is in fact the mother company that adheres, not the branches. When the branches follow automatically the mother. So the mother company. This is important because this register is not a clearing register. Be very prudent. You cannot clear or settle whatever or look to the reachability when you look to this list. This is only the list of the mother companies that adhere. The real reachability lists, I would say, are by the clearing houses that you will receive from your correspondence. And that's the list, because branches, for example, have sometimes their own BICs. Not always, but sometimes. You will not find those ones in the adherence list of the EPC. You will find them in the reachability lists of the clearing houses. That's important to make the difference in the registers of the EPC. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's yours as well. He likes state treasuries.
So this isn't applicable to the commercial banks, but it is applicable to, for example, the Central Bank of Montenegro And since I know there are some other central banks that are on the call today, I just want to point that out. There are some additional documents related to state treasuries, because you're not a commercial bank licensed by yourself, if you will. So there are some additional documents that you will need to provide, which are proving that you are operating in payments activity, proving that you provide payment accounts. So this, again, isn't for you operating as market infrastructure, but it's really, for example, if you are operating as the treasurer for the government or things like that, doing these type of payments. And finally, you have to show that you are operationally ready and that you have the appropriate risk controls in place. So whereas for credit institutions, with this change to the legal documentation that we are implementing in the EPC, it'll be a very fluid process and there's not a lot of documentation that's needed. There's still a little bit of extra documentation that will be needed for central banks if they are operating in that context of straight treasury. Nothing to be afraid of, but just a few extra documents. So banks, commercial banks, you don't have to deal with all of this, thanks to this change that we are now implementing in the EPC. Just taking a break, because I think we're near the end of this section. We have one more slide. Okay, two slides, I'll let you take them and then we'll take some.
Yeah. We will soon make a break for those online who want to raise their questions. Please, in the room as well, raise your questions. I think in the second part you will have more questions, but here it is, okay. So you have no NASO in Montenegro. NASO is a national adherence support organization. Bigger countries have this. This is not important for this one. So you have to introduce your adherence packs directly, each bank, to the EPC. Please do this in advance. I just said it. Make them a view. By mail. Send them by mail. They are really nice at the EPC. They look to your documents and they give your answer. Make publicity there. No, but it works very well. So you have to send them electronically or by paper. Please sign them electronically. It's ways more easy. You see here the website where you have to see. If you adhere to different schemes, you have to go to the adherence pack for each different scheme. If once you want to adhere in the SDD or in the INSTA, you have to go to the adherence of each separate scheme, which makes sense because it is your multilateral contract with all the other banks, by the way. There is also, you will see in the toolkit, an Excel spreadsheet. Of course, this makes it more machine readable. It's more easy. Please use this as well with the dates in. Yeah. You, me? Go for it. Okay. Yeah. What is important before the adherence process is to clean up your own house and to make the thing happen and have a view on when you will do what. This is most important. Adherence, of course, you need to adhere, that's for sure. You can read already the rule books. They are online. You don't need to adhere to read them and to download them. You can already see them. So you have to really plan your project. And I think Kjeld will come back on this later on. So you read the adherence guide, of course. You liaise with the CSM, you see how it works. You look internally, and once you're ready, say, now I can adhere the adherence process, and we are in the pink phase here. You complete and sign the documents. If you look to the days, and I think the next slide is better for that one on the schedule. Yeah. Okay. So. You send you cannot adhere whenever you want. There is a calendar with some dates. There are readiness dates. You can see them here in June, in July. There's no one in August, September, October, November, December, and so on. Nearly every month, but not in January and not in August. So we have 10 possibilities to adhere. To adhere, you have to be in the register, and they publish the register. It's important for the other participants to know that the new is coming. The register is published 14 days, roughly, a month, 2 weeks before. You will see the dates here. For example, if you want to adhere and to participate in June, you need to be in the published register of the 9th of May. To be in that one, you have to send the deadline at the latest. All documents need to be valid, approved, and so on, by the 18th of April. I think Montenegro comes in the 1st of April, in the SEPA environment. So as that's your very first date, that's the window 5. There are other dates as well. If you want to adhere on the 1st of December, you need at the latest, take some time, be careful, ups and downs of documents. If you miss it, if you send them just before the 16th of October and they refuse your document for one or another reason, you cannot adhere. So this calendar is strict, of course. We are in the whole Europe. We are with the 38 countries participating, with the 4,000 banks. You cannot play. You cannot just set dates, whatever. So they are fixed. You cannot go out of this. So you have to respect them. Be careful. So these are the adherence receipt deadlines at the latest. It's not by this. At the latest, everything needs to be validated by that date each time. The first column. So in the first column, you have to say by when you will adhere. You don't need, if you are in the register of let's say the 1 of April, in the register of June, it doesn't need, you don't need to be there in June. You can say that will the date by when I will adhere, by when I will be operational. You can say in this I will adhere, I don't know what, 1st of September to say something. So you have to specify your date. But this date cannot be 2 years in advance. A maximum is 6 months. 6 months as from here, from here. So 6 months after the of the 18th of April, the 1st. If you cannot put your date later than that. So 6 months. If after 6 months, by I don't know what reason, but you were not ready, you had some issues, you have to re-adhere. It will be more easy because you already sent your adherence back, but your adherence becomes invalid and you need to send again a new adherence pack. So be careful with that. So if we come back now to the previous slides, that's why it is so important, this white zone. Make your house ready. And once you're really ready, you say, now I know, I'm confident, I know my dates, then you start the adherence pack. This is, by the way, a slide you will find back on the EPC toolkit as well. The slide comes from there. Okay? So now we have some Q&A time. Feel free. Yeah. Well, as there are people on the line,
Thank you. Tamar Gazic from Central Bank of Montenegro. Actually, I have one question related to the adherence process and timeline planning that we saw on the, I think, 2 slides before. In the context of Montenegro's PSPs, which will not adhere to the SEPA schemes directly, but using the indirect adherence process, I mean using a direct participants. What does it mean? I think that there is some there was on the slide some self-certified statement, some kind of confirmation from the CSMs, and that there is stated that for the banks that is the self-conferred statement. I think that something like that was. So what does it mean in our case when PSPs will not be directly connected to CSMs, but through the other direct participants? Is it enough to send the contract agreement with their direct participant? Do they need any confirmation from the direct participant? That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, so you need confirmation from the direct participant that they will be representing you on the market infrastructure. So you'll basically need 2 documents. One document which is explaining how you will connect to step 2, so a technical explanation of how you will connect, so essentially through which direct participant you will be going, and then you will need written confirmation as well from your direct participant that they will be representing you, ideally in the form of a contract, if not in the form of a written explanation. Now the one where we might need to look at a little bit is the banks that are going through bankkaarts, since there you will be indirect in, I guess, 2 different methods, where you will have the sponsor bank where you will be, have a Nostro account, but then you also have the Bank of Slovenia that is the indirect participant for you on EBA step 2. So I'm not entirely sure whether we would need confirmation from both the central bank as well as the commercial bank, or only the commercial bank. We'll look into that specific case, but I believe there are a number of banks here in Montenegro that are going that approach. So there we have to look into that specificity, where perhaps you might actually need 2 confirmations to be confirmed.
Most important for the EPC is to know how you will get reachable, huh? Through CSMs, direct, indirect, but they want to be sure that you are reachable, and that's the whole point, and that comes. A CSM is not necessarily, but you need to be reachable by one way or another, and reachable to the whole SEPA region. That's how they want to read it.
Yes, I have to admit that we are somewhat now worried to have this information stemming from the practice that usually the banks there is a certain chance to be rejected by EPC in the first round of application. And thank you very much for the tip, and I hope that our banks will be using this route of contacting EPC directly. So in that aspect, given the EPC's capacities, of course, I would appreciate to have your ballpark estimate. Are they very responsive when it comes to I would say replying, given that we are now working in a very, very tight schedule? So of course you can't speak on their name, but what is your experience in that end? And of course we will I believe cover that part as well, but in technical terms, just maybe to underline what banks need to finalize in terms of testing in order to have operational readiness very, very, very soon after they apply to the EPC.
I'll take the first part. So, is EPC responsive? Yes, they are responsive, but not within 10 minutes or an hour. Huh? It can take sometimes some days. And when it comes to legal, you have evident questions you can answer directly, and you have ones you need to study. Huh? And so, not always, if you have, I don't know, in your legal opinion, your legal person says, oh, I don't like this or that paragraph, I don't sign it as such, I would like to modify a text. You may always propose modification text because it doesn't fit you. Huh? But then they need to analyze it to validate if legally this is all correct, and this takes time. Huh? So it can take several days, more days than that even. Eh? So be sure in time. The EPC is a very nice, very efficient organization, but it's not a large organization. It's a small one. Huh? And so they are efficient, but they have to take the time as well. Huh? So they will not, if you send it today, you have not necessarily the answer tomorrow. Huh? It can take a week, 2 weeks, and with very complicated dossiers. But this will be more easy. Huh? But with payment institutions, with some niche markets and so on, it can take even weeks. Huh? So be careful. Do it in time. Huh?
So certainly one of the challenges that we may have is that it's a lot of banks doing it all at the same time. That being said, there are many banks that have analogous setups, so that are using the same clearing and settlement mechanism, the same type of correspondence. So where, if we see that the wording works for one bank, right, that should work for all of the banks as well. So I think a level of coordination between the banks that have similar setups, and I do get the impression that you talk amongst yourselves quite a bit. So I'd say help each other out in this process, and rather than having the EPC get 7 or 8 slightly different wordings for essentially the same setup, try to standardize that wording so the EPC only has to give feedback once, and we find that wording that works once for everyone. So it doesn't make sense to do that 6 or 7 times in parallel for all the banks that have those similar setups. Any other questions? All right, then online. Any questions online? Feel free to put them in the chat as well, should there be any. And I'm happy to see online that the sound is working now, so apologies for all the challenges we had this morning regarding that. Okay, if there are no questions, then we'll get into payment schemes and looking at how they are documented. So being the person who wrote half of them, then...
Yeah. Now comes the real business, and I presume the questions. So what is a payment scheme? A payment scheme is a set of interbank rules. No more, no less. Practices and standards to obtain this interoperability. A scheme, and I repeat, is interbank. A scheme is not end-to-end from the customer, the sender, until the statement of the receiver. It is interbank rules. They give guidance on the commercial parts, but what is in the commercial space, the relation between your client and the banks, is not ruled or governed by the rule books. Of course, if you want to run this scheme, you need minimum some information that you need to retrieve from your clients, otherwise it couldn't work. So there are some guidance, there are some messages that are made for that, you can use them, you're not obliged to that. The scheme is only the interbank part. And I repeat this very often, this is so important. And that's why if you all adhere to the same scheme, multilateral contract, the thing can run because you know the exact behavior of the other. You know when you do this, the other will do that. When I send this, the other will react like that. That's what is so important, to be standardized and that you have to respect the scheme. You cannot say, I take parts of the scheme, I like this, I don't like that. That's not how it works. You need to rule to run the scheme exactly as it is written. A scheme consists of a lot of documents. You have the rule book, where everything is described, and the risk management annex, we come to that one. You have implementation guidelines, you have guidance documents, and clarification papers. We come more in detail on all of them. A rule book. I don't know if you already read the rule book. Who read the rule book already? Yes. Was it easy? A rule book, the SAT rule book, I think it is 85 pages. Really. Read it, all of you here in the room. You take a day off, you download the book, the rule book, and you read it. And once you've read it, you will know as much as I know. It's exactly the same. So this really, take the time and read it only once, or at least once, I would say. 2 times is better and 3 times is even better, but read it, really, really. It is easy to read. Once you've read one, you've read them all. They are all structured identically. It's very structured books. You have, of course, in the first paragraph, it's easy, vision, objective, blah, 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 blah. You read this, evident, of course, all good arguments. The roles of the actors, more nice. The business model is the part in the middle. That's how the scheme runs. That's 20 pages. Please read those ones 2 times. It's only 20 pages, the business model and the operation model. That's where it is described. That's how it runs and how it works. That's the part in the middle, the business model, the operation model, with the data sets and the attributes. We come to that in some slides later. The rights and the obligations of the parties. Of course, you need to respect everything, and that's an important part you need to read as well. And then there is a risk management annex. I will take it here because it doesn't come back later on. The risk management annex is not a public document. It is a confidential one. And it's only once you adhere, you will be able to download or to receive it, risk management annex. What is the risk management annex? It is a self-assessment. So that's nice. But I think the regulator is in the room. I have to be prudent. The regulator can ask, how was your interpretation? How was your self-assessment? In fact, and I have to be prudent because we're online, but the Commission would like to give and the central bank a kind of police role to the EPC. But EPC is only a scheme manager, no more, no less. They have a dispute and resolution committee. Luckily for us, it didn't work very often. So when there is an issue between 2 participants, it comes to the dispute and the resolution committee, and there will be then an interpretation given to the one and to the other. But there is no police role. It is a scheme, and because you adhere, you respect it. That's all. The EPC will come to you and say, you did something wrong. In the risk management annex, this is written in I would not say to please the central bank, because it makes sense. It is, you have a self-assessment on what you need to do, not to do, what to take care of to run this scheme. I would say surely risk-free, I would say, or less risk-free. But you have to, there are risks in everything you operate in the bank is risks, but you have to manage your risks. If you're a good bank, normally, and you read risk management, most of the things, you do them. So it's self-assessment, but your regulator can ask, may I see the results of your self-assessment? That's a possibility. Not often, it doesn't happen very often, but it could be. That's the risk management annex. It is, it repeats himself very often in the document. You will see once you start reading it. There are some measures in there which are are evident, but just do it. But that's confidential. Only once you adhere, you will receive it. The rulebook change management cycles. Just some words on this. Normally, a rulebook changes every 2 years. Changes can be updated. And we will be here, you will see at the end of the presentation, even the updates between the rulebook 2023 and 25. 25, there will be a new rulebook. An updated, I would say, new, not a fundamental change. The scheme runs already, you saw this, since 2009 it was published, so it's already quite a lot of time, so it is stable, it is a mature document, it doesn't change fundamentally, but it's updated. So how does it work? And that's important. The first step is we request the EPC, request all the stakeholders, do you have things to say that you would like to change in the next rulebook? And everybody's free. Every citizen in Europe, every bank, every software house, every whatever, every CSM, everybody can give his ideas on the rulebook. They look to this at the board, at the Payment Scheme Management Board, the PSMB, where you need to have 5% of the volumes of the transactions of the 40 billion. You will not have your 5%. But there are, I think, 20 or 23 members in the PSMB. Some members do represent other countries. You have coalition of countries. So look to this at your banking federation or central bank level. Would it be nice for us to join perhaps one of the coalitions? It gives you preview, more insight, feedback. You have normally there are 4 meetings of the board. You have the preparative meetings. You see where it goes to. You can give your accents or know already what is going on, or giving your voting intentions to that one. So you have this PSMB looks to all these requests and say this is the ones we take on board, and then starts a public consultation round. A public consultation, so they say we take this, that's what we propose, and there's a public consultation on all the proposals that they take on board. This public consultation, it's public, that's the word, so everybody can react, yes, no, what you need to do. And then, based on this, on the results of the public consultation, it takes 3 months always. It's always 3 months. It's, the rule books are updated, if needed, or not. And they are published 1 year ahead. So always, IT departments here in the room, 1 year ahead, you will know the new rule book that will happen at the next November date. When the rule book becomes active, it is a big bang. You have to run the new rulebook. You can say, oh, like some ISO versions in Swift, you have this, I have the prefit and whatever. The rulebook is the rulebook, and it runs always. It is a big bang when the date is there, always around mid-November somewhere at a Sunday night. When the new rulebook becomes active, you have to apply the new rulebook. When you send reject messages, for example, based on things you received before, it needs the new reject messages with the new codes, for example. So it is a big bang. CSMs, for example, will refuse your old message. It needs to be often just before the change date. They empty all the buffers with future payments and so on. So to start with a clean version when the new book starts. That's important to know. There's one exception for the November dates, which is this year in 25, when it will be October. It's the 5th of October that it will be, that the changeover date is there. That's because the instant payment regulation becomes active think a week after, and so the rule book need to be compliant. If you run the rule book, you are automatically compliant with all the regulations. A rule book is not against whatever regulation. Rule books are always compliant with all EU regulations of the ones you transposed here to run them. They're always compliant. So you don't have to fear whatever. They're always compliant. What is in the rule book, you may do this. You don't have to question whatever, GDPR, whatever. It runs legally compliant, I would say, the rule book. As there is an instant payment regulation change, doesn't impact you, but all the other ones, on mid-October, we need to be compliant. So exceptionally this year, but it's the very first time since EPC exists, it will change over in October instead of November. But that's, you need to know this. So until then, if you were there before, will it become on the rulebook versions or not? If you were there before, okay. Okay, fine. So the changeover is a big bang. That's nice to know. Now, an example of a rule book. What do you have? You have the process flows. You have this business model, process model in the middle, the 20 pages. This is just an example of them. How easy it is to read. You have each process is really documented. This is a credit transfer, just an example. I took the credit transfer. The originator introduces it. It is a step CT 101. You go to the rule book and you can exactly read what is done in the step CT 101. It comes to the originator PSP, step CT 102. He checks and verifies the instruction. You can go in the rule book and you will see the paragraph CT 102 that describes exactly what do you need to check, what do you need to verify. It is really a structured document. So it is not that funny to read, but it is easy to read, to my knowledge. And so it is really, really documented. You see all the steps. You have the CT 103. Okay, it can be an error when you have a reject, or it goes to the 4. So each step is really documented. If you go a little bit deeper on the next step, in each, I have to go back. Are here the data sets? No, they are not here. So in each step, you have some data sets. You need some data sets. Well, if you go down, each data set is really documented. And it is nice. These data sets are, through all the rule books, exactly the same numbers, same attributes. You will see. So in a data set, you see what is, for example, here, the inter-PSP payment data set. This is what you need to transfer to the beneficiary bank when you send out a credit transfer. Just an example, but they're all in it, all the rejects. This is just the happy flow. You have different attributes. The description, this data set describes the content, what you need to send. And then you have all the attributes. Different attributes. These attributes are the same through all the rule books. Everywhere, the name of the originator will be the attribute P1001. There are the different attributes. And if you go deeper down, you can see the attributes. They're documented as well. You go to the attributes. You take, for example, attribute, I don't know what, ATP05. Well, you go to that one and you see in detail what exactly is in this attribute is doing. So these attributes part of a data set, and these data sets are used in the process. It is really a structured document. That's the rule book. That's why you need to read at least once or more. But then you will know exactly what do I have to send to whom, by when, what will be rejected, how do I need to behave, if I'm not agreeing by receiving a payment, how do I need to reject? It's all written in this rule book. If I receive a reject message, what do I need to do with this? Do I need to reply, not reply? It is all in the rule book. Each attribute is documented. Data sets, attributes, description of the attributes. It is a really structured document. I hope I made enough publicity now, you will all read it. And this evening you can download it already. 85 pages, it's no more, no less. You like this one,
So ISO 20022. you're familiar with ISO 20022 already from SWIFT payments, right? With the migration towards the ISO 20022 standard, the CBPR standard, and ISO 20022 is not really a payments format. You can think of ISO 20022 as a language, but that language has many different dialects, which are defined by user groups. So for example, here we have Montenegrin, we have Croatian, similar type of language, but different dialects. With ISO 20022, it's the same thing. So we have the ISO organization, ISO 20022, that sets the universal standard. And this is a standard that has to be supported by European payments, but also payments in Thailand, where we have tax IDs that are required, payments in Brazil, where we have tax clearing that's being done. So the whole ISO 20022 data set is much, much larger than what we will use either in correspondent banking, so for our SWIFT payments, for our RTGS payments, or for our European payments. So it is up to these user groups to define exactly how we are going to use them. We have CBPR Plus, which is used in correspondent banking, and this is the ISO version that you'll be most familiar with. And usually your standards for your RTGS will also be based off of this CBPR Plus standard. So defined by SWIFT, it's sent over the FIN Plus network. When it comes to SEPA credit transfers, it's another user group. So that's the European Payments Council that defines within that ISO 20022 data set which parts of that scheme, which parts of that message are we going to use, and in what way, what are the limitations, what are the rules to those fields that we're going to use, which fields are forbidden, and that can be different, right? If we think about SWIFT payments, you can only put a single payment in a file, whereas with SEPA payments, we can put a lot of payments into single PAX 8, right? That's one example of a difference. A SEPA payment, when it comes to charges, they have to be SLEV, which amounts to shared, whereas with SWIFT payments, we can have different things. So don't think that because you are familiar with ISO 20022 in the context of correspondent banking, that you are fluent in this different dialect, which is the dialect defined by the European Payments Council for SEPA payments. Also, the channel over which these messages are delivered are quite different, right? So whereas SWIFT payments, we're going to be sending them over the FIN Plus network typically. When it comes to SEPA credit transfers, there we can either send them over FileAct if we want to send them by SWIFT, or we can use proprietary channels. A lot of banks have secure file transfer protocols which allow you to send them, or banks in Germany and France often use EBIX as well, which is an electronic over the internet protocol to send secure transactions. One tip that we don't have on this, but that I want to share with you as well, is that these are also documented on the SWIFT website. So if you go to swift.com and then you go to My Standards, your SWIFT administrator can give you access to My Standards. You will also find the XML schemas, because essentially we talked about data sets, we talked about attributes, that translates into XML schemas. You can find those XML schemas, including all the definitions, all the attributes, all the data sets, on mystandards.com, on Swift My Standards. So you go to My Standards, you go to user groups, you go to EPC, and then you will also find all of these SEPA credit transfer messages. And what you can even do if you have a premium version of My Standards is compare, for example, your CBPR Plus and your EPC messages. Yeah.
As important as the rulebook are the implementation guidelines. This is not a funny document. This is 300 pages, but they are important. But you don't have to read them. It's a kind of documentation. You will consult very often, I suppose. And what is in the implementation guidelines? Well, the message, the ISO message, is completely described. You have the mandatory inter-PSP. It's that message. Another one, not a variant, whatever. That is described, and you have also the XSDs. XSD is the validation schemes of these ISO messages. They are important as well. So you will have each new rulebook comes along with a new implementation guideline, with how this new rulebook need to be implemented. So the version of the ISO standards will move this time in the 5th of October. there will be another version number of the ISO standard. And you need to have this new version number or it doesn't work. XSD schemes come along. So the messages with the clients, that's something different. And we had an issue with the clients. If that's commercial space. How you act with your clients, EPC doesn't care, the rule book doesn't care. Of course, at minima, you need to have all the information to complete all the fields in interbank, and that's true. If, however, you offer files access to corporate, to whatever, so that they can use, then you have to offer at minima this message that is described in the implementation guideline. So a software house can say, I am EPC compliant, I make a message, here is my message, dear bank, can you read this? This cannot happen, of course, if you only use your own channels. If you offer the possibility to external parties to send out XML messages, at that time you need to offer at least the basic version, I would say. And you can do add-ons with your client, do whatever you want. But the minimum basic version, if you offer this channel, need to be there. Okay, so we go now deep dive in these implementation guidelines. How does this work? 3 kind of fields: the yellow ones, the white ones, and the red ones. The red one's very easy, red light, you may not transmit this. The EPC ISO message is in fact a subset of this global world standard. It is smaller than this world standard. It's even smaller than the CBR Plus. If you know CBR Plus, very nice. This is only a subset of that. It's even smaller than the CBR Plus, more limited in fields. So you have this world standard, and you have a lot of fields you may not use in the SEPA environment. They're not allowed to use. You have the yellow ones. The yellow ones, that's another thing. These are mandatory. The yellow ones need to be transmitted, always, even if they're empty. An example? An example, the remittance information. It might be that your client doesn't provide any information and you don't want to transmit whatsoever remittance information, empty field. Of course, the name of the sender will be always completed. But remittance information, so all the yellow fields need to be transmitted, even empty. That's the basic. And then you have the white ones, they're the in-betweens. Sometimes you can send them, but you're not sure what your counterpart will do with this. If they say, I ignore those fields, you ignore them. But it might be that you say, within Montenegrin banks, if I send you something to you in this white field, and you accept, but that you have to agree within your banking community, that in this white field, we transmit this or that or whatever, so information, you can do so. And then you can use them, but you're not certain if you send this white field to a German bank that they will do whatsoever with this white field. They can just ignore it, drop it, delete it. That's the white field. But it might be that you can use them, that the other bank says, that's an interesting thing. I will display this to my client or will execute what is asked in there. So be careful with the white fields. The yellow ones are always mandatory to transmit. An example. This is a rule book, a real page of an implementation guideline. Sorry, this is a real page of an implementation guideline. Once you know it, it is rather structured again, and your IT people will all start playing with this. It is rather structured. The first column is just the message element, the 212, the 213, the 215, and so on. The second one is how much it happens. 1-to-1. One is it is mandatory to transmit, to complete. Sorry, to complete. It is a yellow. You see, here is a yellow with a 0. It is not necessary to complete it, but it is a yellow. You need to transmit it. So the 0 will not. It does not say you don't have to transmit it. You have to transmit it, but it doesn't need to be completed. That's a 0. And the 1 behind is the frequency. This is one element, and it happens one time. A remittance information, for example, is a 1x, I think. You can have more extensions. You can this more extensions field. I don't have here one on the screen. So that is how it happened. And then you have the third column already, message element. Here you see, this is typically ISO. If you go down, you have here, for example, local instrument. You see this, the element 213. Local instrument. It's a tricky one, by the way. It's a good example. 01. You go down, you have a plus here. 1 plus, 2 plus, 3 plus. This element, local instrument code, is a sub. That's how ISO works. Is a sub of this one. You see? It goes deep down. You have here 2 pluses and 4 pluses. It's one more than there. In local instrument, you have different ones. You have local, you have the code, and look to this one, you have propriety. You have 2 sub-elements. Can be. This need to be there. They need to be completed. Otherwise, it doesn't count work. Okay? And then you have here, in the yellow field, the description of what it is, what it needs to do. For example, this one, what does it do? The propriety code, it specifies the pre-agreed service level between the payments. It describes what is in. So you have, remember back, in the rule books, the data sets and the attributes. That's nice to read. That's for the product managers, for the marketeers, for whatever. Your IT guys, they say, that's very nice, but I need to know how long is this field, what do I need to do? That's all described here. How long is the field, for example, here? That's one of 35 positions, this one. You can read this here. Everything is in the implementation guidelines. Implementation guidelines, 300 pages. Every message is documented. The happy flows, that's the short one, but all what go wrong can go wrong in the rejected funds and the recalls and so on. Every message is described in the implementation guideline.
So this 300-page document is difficult and annoying to read. Someone has worked very hard on writing all those 300 pages, but I wouldn't recommend reading them. I would recommend, again, going to my standards where you can see exactly the same information, but in a much more easily readable way where you can actually collapse the different fields and drill down into things. So, you know, I would recommend for your IT teams to set them up with an account on my standards on Swift. It should be free from Swift in any case, and it's much easier than browsing this 300-page document. Slide. Yep. Shall I take characters? Yeah. Or you want to take it? Yeah, go for it.
What we do? Yeah. Okay. So ISO XML characters. The SEPA basic character set is the Latin character set. You see them here? It's only that, no more than that. You can freely use other character sets in between agreements you have here. If you say, I want to have Cyrillic, I do whatever, you can do this all. But the minimum set is this one. So you cannot expect other banks to do more than the minimum. If you send this character set, it will arrive as this. There is, the EPC has a conversion table. There are, for example, there are no accents on these letters. A lot of languages have accents and so whatever. They are not here. They're just the basic characters, the basic Latin character set. I know it's a monster of Loch Ness that comes very often back in EPC. Should we allow other character sets? You can do this. The SEPA runs in the full UTF-8. You can do all the characters if you want, but at minima, these ones will be respected by the counterparts. If you send it to another party where you're sure he can read as well your characters that you put there, nice. You have conversion tables that converts everything to this one, but sometimes it's just a space or a blank because it is a non-existing sound or thing. Be careful as well, we are in ISO, in XML, when you use the slashes. A slash is a delimiter in ISO. If you use in your remittance information a slash, you put in a delimiter. A delimiter, so be careful with the slashes. No spaces are allowed after slash. That's okay. But of course, here again, the last sentence, very important. Bilateral or multilateral agreements may support more than this. If you want to support other ones, but that is only with the ones who support you. Okay, that's character set.
AOS. So last thing before we take a break, additional optional services. What are AOS? AOS are additional services that can be documented by certain communities that are interoperable with the SEPA guidelines, but that aren't used beyond this community that has documented the additional optional services. One example I can give is the AOS that we have in Belgium. So in Belgium, traditionally, our domestic payment system had a type of structured remittance information. So it's, I think, 11 characters with a check digit that allows companies, telcos, energy firms, the government, everyone who's collecting large volumes of transactions to be able to reconcile their payments. Now, this is a process that works very well for these corporates and that all of them had implemented. So when Belgium went over to SEPA, they introduced this AOS. And there is a formal way of documenting these additional optional services. The one in Belgium is actually documented not by the central bank in Belgium, but by the Belgian Banking Federation. And this AOS is then maintained by the Belgian Banking Federation, but is also recognized by the European Payments Council. Why am I bringing this up? Because I know that here in Montenegro, we have specific references, creditor and debtor references that we need to use for example, government payments, things like that. It could be worth considering whether or not as a community we want to develop additional optional services to allow for the transmission of this type of data in SEPA payments. And I believe there was a similar initiative in Croatia to do something similar. So if you hear about AOS, that's what that means. Today there are no AOS that are applicable to Montenegro, but there is always the opportunity to create AOS to make SEPA more compatible with your payment means of today.
So be careful with AOS. In principle, inside information, EPC doesn't like them. Huh? You need to know this. EPC has an inventory of all the AOSs. You can read them. An AOS need to be open, public. You cannot have a confidential one here locally. It need to be published and open. Everybody who says, I like this AOS, I want to participate, may not be blocked for not participating. If you have, I don't know what, somebody wants another part of the SEPA region say, I like this AOS, I want to participate. He may do so. It's documented. Huh? It's open. Huh? It's open. EPC doesn't like it because you create then a kind of sub-SEPAs, of variants. Huh? You make local flavors, and we, in principle, they like the same everything everywhere. That's why they have an a priori. An AOS need to be validated by EPC. If you want to create one, you may do so. You introduce it one. Croatia did one, and was refused. So be careful. It is not automatically accepted. Huh? You have to justify why this is a good or a bad one, or why you need this. Huh? An AOS is an add-on, and a message need to be able to run without AOS. If you receive, for example, the Belgium example, the remittance information is structured. We say between Belgian banks, I have a certain structure in this remittance information, and if I see this, I recognize this, I know what to do. Huh? If I send my structured message to a German bank, they say, oh, a nice remittance information, I see figures and numbers. I don't care, I don't treat it, I just display it like it is. I don't take care of it. So a SEPA scheme need to be able to run with I would say, the AOS not respected by the counterpart. It need to be open. And that's very, be prudent with the AOSs.
So with that, we will have room for Q&A, but in order to respect the logistics, we had a break that was foreseen for now. So what I propose is that we take a short 20-minute break, think about any questions you may have about what we've seen this morning, and then before we start the next section, we'll take a Q&A about the topics of this morning after the break. So, thank you. Yeah, so before we get on to the next part, were there any questions or things that were still unclear about the scheme rule books, adherence, anything that we've seen this morning?
Every participant in the scheme, every participant in the scheme can transmit. You need, of course, be participant, otherwise you cannot run the AOS. Huh? So if you are a participant, of course, if you introduce an AOS, it needs to be built, constructed, documented. You make not an AOS for yourself only. It will be mostly for a community or whatever. So if probably one bank or one participant will do this on behalf of the other participants in his community, or for the reason he wants to ask an AOS. But if every participant can introduce it, it's not a problem.
So what might make sense, I understand that that these references are something that's used throughout some of the countries in the region, so it might make sense to work together with the banks of the region and to try to devise a more standardized AOS that would meet the needs of the different countries. The ones that are in SEPA today, the ones that are joining now, and the ones that will be joining in the future, to have that, I guess, critical mass to be able to defend that it's worthwhile having an AOS.
But you just need to be open. It may not harm the scheme. It is a complement. The ones who receive a message with one of your AOSs inside and who does not want to respect the AOS because he's not part of the game, he can just run the message and make the payment happen. So that's the principle of an AOS. It's only applicable to the ones who adhere to the AOS. And if you have an AOS, where the clearing house need to be intervened, be careful. They need to implement the AOS as well. So if you look to the EBA clearing house, you will see that they apply 2 or 3 of the AOSs where they intervene. Otherwise, the information is lost. If you agree to populate one of the white fields, and if you have a CSM that says, I only take the yellow ones and the white ones drop, you're stuck, of course, if you clear through that clearinghouse. So you have to be careful that your AOS is operable where you use it.
Any other questions? All right, then we can get on to SEPA clearing and settlement mechanisms. The first one, and the most important one that we need to look at, is EBA clearing. What is EBA clearing? EBA clearing is a commercial company that is owned by financial institutions. So it's operated by 48 founding banks. They are headquartered in France, but with offices also in Frankfurt and in Brussels. They are associated to the Euro Banking Association. So EBA, the Euro Banking Association, different than EBA, the Euro Banking Authority. The association is, I guess, a thought leadership / research / lobbying to a certain extent group. They organize conferences and things like that as well when it comes to Euro payments. Their sister organization is EBA Clearing. And EBA Clearing is the vehicle which is owner of the market infrastructures that we have in Europe that are used to ensure pan-European reachability. Now, before we had SEPA, all these countries had their own domestic clearing and settlement mechanisms, much like you have them today. And the reasoning behind this was, okay, now if we have SEPA, then we don't need domestic clearing and settlement mechanisms anymore. We have this one global pan-European clearing and settlement mechanism ran by EBA Clearing that can cover the entire market. Okay? So EBA, and more specifically Step 2, which is their clearing and settlement mechanism for SEPA credit transfers and SEPA direct debit, has full pan-European reachability. Every single bank that is a reachable, that is a member of the EPC SEPA credit transfer scheme, is a reachable BIC in EBA Step 2. Why? Because of this cross-border payments regulation, which says you have to be able to do these cross-border euro payments as if you can do them domestically. Well, you can't do that if you're not in the clearinghouse that allows you to have that full reach. You can't just be part of a domestic clearinghouse. Now, there are different ways of accessing EBA clearing. There are also local market infrastructures, and some of the banks access EBA clearing through these local market infrastructures, but we'll dive into that in a little bit more. So step 2 is what it's all about, right? This is where we need to be able to participate as in the SEPA credit transfer scheme. EBA clearing actually operates a number of different market infrastructures. In fact, they operate 4 market infrastructures. The one that we care about today is Step 2T. Step 2T is the market infrastructure for SEPA credit transfers and for SEPA direct debit. They also operate the Euro 1 market infrastructure. Euro 1 is more for high value payments. It has a very limited number of participants. I believe there are 60 or 70 banks that are participating in it, but it transmits a huge amount of value. So this one isn't necessarily relevant to Montenegrin banks. It's more for the systemic pan-European banks that do a lot of transactions with each other to find liquidity savings.
It is rather a cheaper alternative than Target 2 for larger banks. Call it like that.
It's a cheaper alternative when you have a lot of volume. It's very
when you
expensive.
have a lot of volumes and for big transactions.
It's very expensive to participate in Euro 1, but then when you have a lot of liquidity savings, it becomes worthwhile. But not worthwhile for Montenegrin banks. RT1 is the European EBA clearing solution for instant payments. So if we think about instant payments in Europe, there are domestic market infrastructures. EBA clearing is a pan-European market infrastructure, and then we have TIPS, which is also a pan-European infrastructure. Instant payments are a little bit different, because there every single bank needs to be reachable in TIPS. Not every single bank has to be reachable on RT1. However, if we look at the volumes, RT1 was the first player on the market. RT1 has much, much higher volumes than TIPS has, despite ECB's best efforts. And then finally, we have request to pay messaging system. And I'm muting you because otherwise Francis will go on for half an hour about
it's my thing, so...
But there is a request to pay system that they are operating as well. So just for your awareness, EBA clearing, they operate a bunch of different clearing systems, but the one that we care about when it comes to SEPA payments is Step 2T. It's available around the clock, and it uses pre-funding, okay? So EBA clearing has a technical account within the European Central Bank. And I'm kind of summarizing a little bit here, but they have technical accounts at the European Central Banks. The commercial banks that are members of EBA Step 2 can transfer funds from their Target 2 account, which is the RTGS of the European Central Bank, to this technical account on Step 2 to be able to send payments. They can also transfer money from their Step 2 account to their Target 2 account. Right? That's how you fund or defund your account on EBA Step 2. Now that's an important thing for Montenegrin banks. Why? Well, you don't have Target 2 accounts. And you can't have Target 2 accounts. You're not part of Eurosystem. You don't have access to ECB accounts. Which means that you cannot directly connect to Step 2 unless you have a party that is willing to do settlement for you. So theoretically, you could become a direct participant if you find a party that is willing to be your settlement agent on that. I've never seen that happening outside of banking groups. So for example, HSBC UK is a direct participant. HSBC Europe is acting as their settlement agent. It doesn't happen outside of banking groups because they have no view on the transactions.
Well, indeed, you're totally right, Kjeld. You have also the possibility to have a technical access. you come to that as well?
Absolutely. We can
Okay.
talk about direct technical access as well. Fundamentally, there are two different types of participation in step 2. We have direct and indirect participation. Indirect participation has some legal strings attached to it, so EBA will never speak of indirect participation. They speak about reachable parties, okay? So when you think, when you hear reachable party, that basically means indirect participant. It's the same thing. What is an indirect participant? An indirect participant does not have access to a clearing directly. They send their messages to a direct participant. So that might be Raiffeisen, right? Raiffeisen has an account in EBA step 2. You as bank have a Nostro account in Raiffeisen, and you can send your payments through Raiffeisen, who will then send them on to EBA clearing. So you are not sending messages directly to EBA clearing. You're going through Raiffeisen, and the account that EBA clearing is going to be debited is not yours, but is going to be Raiffeisen's. Okay, and we'll look at the accounting flow associated to that in just a second. What Francis mentioned is actually a little bit of a hybrid system in between those two. The hybrid system is called an indirect participant with direct technical access. It's the third option. You don't see it very often in Europe, which is slightly different in the sense that an indirect participant with direct technical access sends their payment messages directly to the clearing. On the other hand, it is the direct participant that will settle on their behalf. So from a accounting perspective, it's the same as indirect participation. From a liquidity perspective, it's the same as an indirect participation. However, the advantage is that you have more direct access to the clearing and settlement mechanism, and also that the direct participant doesn't necessarily see the messages and therefore takes on less sanctions and AML risk. This is a system that's, to my knowledge, only used by huge electronic money institutions. I think PayPal used to use it back in the day, Worldline, but it's...
Equins like this, and the Dutch Central Bank is a liquidity bridge bank.
So these are only for these huge institutional players that have a lot of volume, but much like the banks here, do not have access to an ECB account. But for Montenegro, what are we looking at? Indirect participation. So just to finalize kind of the accounting flow of what that would look like. So let's say a bank in Europe has a payer that is trying to pay a beneficiary in Montenegro. The payer, in this case, is banking with a payment service provider that has direct access to EBA clearing step 2. The payer's PSP will debit their client and credit the mirror account of their technical account at step 2. They send the payment on to step 2, who will look at the reachability tables, and they see, okay, we have to go to that reachable BIC, and we know that that reachable BIC works with a sponsor bank, a direct participant. So when we need to send that payment, we will credit the account and send that payment message on to the sponsor bank. The sponsor bank will then debit their technical, their mirror account of their technical account on step 2, and will credit the Nostro account, or from their perspective, the Loro account of the reachable BIC, who in their turn will debit their Nostro mirror account and credit the beneficiary. And we have the same thing if we're going the other way around, right? So we can have the opposite scenario where, let's say, a customer in Montenegro is looking to pay a direct participant at BNP, right? So you would send the payment on to, let's say, Raiffeisen. Raiffeisen will debit your Nostro account and send the payment on to EBA step 2. EBA step 2 will then debit Raiffeisen's technical account and credit the technical account of BNP Paribas, which will then allow BNP Paribas to credit the beneficiary. Is this flow clear to everyone? It's much like in correspondent banking from a liquidity perspective, right? You have a correspondent bank. You don't have access directly to target 2, but you can send payments to target 2 through your correspondent bank. So this type of method, it's much the same. There's one nuance difference. We talked about the regulatory nuances and some of the regulations that we have in Europe. There's one piece of regulation, which is the Settlement Finality Directive, which deals with this as well. There's a slight nuance difference between correspondent banking and indirect participation, and that's related to counterparty risk. An indirect participant, their funds are protected. So as a correspondent, if, let's say, your correspondent bank goes bankrupt, then you wait in line with all the other creditors to that bankruptcy. However, if you have received those funds in the context of indirect participation, that settlement is final, and you do not actually have any counterparty risk associated to the funds that you receive in the context of that indirect participation. So a slight legal difference between the two. We have less counterparty risk in the context of this indirect participation than we would have in traditional correspondent banking. Any questions? Is this flow clear to everyone? All right, perfect. So everyone needs to find one of these sponsor banks, right? Yeah.
I'll bring the mic. I will do the service.
Hi, Tripo Matijevic from IT in Adiko Bank. Just one clarification about this flow that you talked about right now. So are all the data from true sender and true receiver and their respective banks always present in the system and in the whole flow, or is some of the data sometimes masked as, for example, when we from Montenegro send to our sponsor bank, so does the receiver of the money always know that it went through a sponsor bank from Montenegrin bank, etc.? So what are the possibilities there for the data flow?
Yeah, the reason we were laughing is because Francis was just saying we should probably mention that in the training as well, right before when we were coming to the bank. So I'll let Francis take this one.
That's the magic of a SEPA message. Yeah? A SEPA message is unaltered, end-to-end. That's the real magic. So what you send is really what the other part will receive, the other bank. Does the other bank display everything on the statement of the beneficiary? That's his commercial proposition, I don't know. Huh? But the bank of the beneficiary will receive everything you have sent. And as I'm now in the magic as well, in all the fields, there is one specific field which can be very useful, which is a kind of an end-to-end reference. It's a reference you give as a sender, which arrives unaltered completely to the other part of the chain. If you have correspondent and whatever intervenes, you have your reference, he has his reference, everybody in the chain has his reference. But the end-to-end reference is the only one that really goes from A to completely B. And if you can ask your beneficiary what was the end-to-end reference, or the PSP, for lookup, for whatever, they have it. But the magic of SEPA is unaltered. 35 characters in the remittance, of a multiple of 35 characters in the remittance information, the name, the whatever, it's all unaltered end-to-end.
And to get a little bit more geeky, because that wasn't geeky enough, we don't have intermediaries in the PAX 8. So unlike with correspondent banking, as it flows through intermediaries, through correspondent banks, we will add these intermediaries to the payment message. That doesn't happen in SEPA. So
no.
The intermediaries are transparent, right?
Yeah, be careful. It is not a CBBR plus message where you have a list of all the intermediaries. Here you don't have this space or place yet. It should be in, if you ask me, in a future version, but it is not yet in, and it will not be in the first years.
So for example, if you are receiving a payment from, let's say, a small bank in Belgium, De Groof Petercam, who is an indirect participant through ING, when you receive that payment through your sponsor bank, you will not see ING. You will only see De Groof Petercam, the sender bank. So you don't see any of the intermediaries.
You don't
also
see
in the PAX 8, you won't see your sponsor bank either. So you only see the sending and the payers and the beneficiary PSP in the payment message, which makes life easier for compliance folks. Any other questions? That was a good question. Thank you. All right. Should learn not to touch that. There we go. In the near future, you might be able to become a direct participant, or let's say you find a direct participant to represent you. Who and which banks in Europe are direct participants and which banks are indirect participants. It's a question of scale. As a direct participant, you have significantly higher fixed costs. It is very expensive to become a direct participant in EBA Step 2. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of euros every year just to be a scheme participant. Not even talking about the infrastructure, the testing, everything that you need to do. Just scheme participation on its own is going to set you back hundreds of thousands every year. However, has anyone looked at the pricing? So of all these European market infrastructures, the pricing is public. It's law. They have to make their pricing public. Anyone know what a transaction costs on EBA Step 2? 0.2 cents. That's 0.2 cents on either side. So the sender pays 0.2 cents, the receiver pays 0.2 cents. 0.2 cents. I believe some of you have gotten offers from correspondent banks. That's what your correspondent bank is paying for EBA Step 2. So it's a healthy margin. As an indirect participant, your fixed fees are much lower. You don't have to pay your correspondent bank hundreds of thousands of euros every year. And in terms of testing, IT infrastructure, it's much easier than if you're a direct participant. However, the cost per transaction will be higher. So for each bank, and that depends on the proposals that you get from your correspondent banks, there will be some type of cutover point where it becomes more interesting to be a direct or an indirect participant. It's another one of the reasons why in Montenegro, even if there was the possibility to become a direct participant, it wouldn't make any sense. The simulations that I've done using standard European pricing for indirect participation, there typically you're looking at a volume of around 200 million payments a year for it to be worthwhile to become a direct participant. So I don't think any of the banks are quite there yet, right? Smaller market here. So again, even in the longer run, even after we've integrated into the European Union, we're basically stuck with indirect participation just from an economic scale. Now, when it comes to instant payments, that's a different story. The direct participation costs for tips are much, much lower than for EBA Step 2. So there we see many, many more direct participants, and the nature of instant payments, you know, where we have to do everything within 10 seconds or 5 seconds actually under the new rule book, it lends itself more towards more direct connections. Right? So the economics for SEPA credit transfers and SEPA direct debit, the economics are exactly the same, lend more towards indirect participation. Now, some of these sponsor banks can actually be central banks. So there are examples of central banks that are being sponsor banks. The Central Bank of Lithuania, for example, is one such example. They have a market infrastructure called Centralink, but they are also acting for transactions transiting through that market infrastructure. They are the settlement agent on Step 2. So actually, does anyone here have a Revolut account? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, for those of us that travel a lot might have a Revolut account. So those typically, I don't know, I think now they've gone direct, but they used to be indirect through Centralink. So it was actually the Central Bank of Lithuania that was settling on behalf of Revolut. Okay, Bundesbank is another example. There are a number of commercial banks. Now, none of those commercial banks, most of the time, those central banks only allow domestic participants. I think Bundesbank and Centralink are the two exceptions to that. They do not allow participants outside of the EU. So to be a participant, or at least a direct participant in a central bank market infrastructure, you have to at least be in the EU for now. So that means we're basically looking at commercial banks and potentially with a second step intermediary in there being one of these domestic market infrastructures. But we're essentially stuck to commercial banks to be able to provide that connectivity as sponsor bank to Montenegrin banks. Okay? So what will the sponsor bank do? First of all, the sponsor bank will act as the settlement agent for the reachable BIC. So the market infrastructure will settle with the direct participant, not with the indirect participant. They are also the testing counterpart for the reachable BIC. You do not do testing with EBA Step 2. you do testing with your sponsor bank. And your sponsor bank will attest to EBA Step 2 that you are ready to send and to receive SEPA payments. So you do not need to do any form of testing or actually even have any form of communication with EBA Step 2. Okay? So all of that goes through your sponsor bank. It is your sponsor bank that will define your testing plan, the test cases that you need to do. There is no testing with the CSM. Yeah, that's good. The sponsor bank does have to make sure that you respect or at least have signed EBA clearing's general terms and conditions. So there is a little bit of standardized paperwork that that you will be provided with from your sponsor bank that you will need to sign that allows you to become a reachable BIC in EBA. So you also sign a contract with EBA Step 2 that essentially attests to you accepting your sponsor bank being the direct participant on your behalf. All of these documents from EBA you cannot make any changes to. So I know legal counsels typically like to redline things. Don't, it doesn't work. So you have to take those documents as they are. So the sponsor bank has to make sure that you sign the legal documentation that you need from EBA clearing. They will provide that to you. You don't have to go through EBA clearing. As an indirect participant, there are fees that need to be paid to EBA clearing. You don't have to pay that. It is your sponsor bank that collects those fees on behalf of EBA clearing. And typically you won't even see that as separate line item on your invoice. It's just typically integrated into the pricing that your direct participant has.
The reachability tables?
Reachability tables. So EBA clearing has a reachability table that will say which BICs can be reached through EBA clearing. Okay.
Yeah.
These are the actual routing tables. The EPC has a register of participants.
Exactly.
But that register of participants does not allow you to route transactions. You need to make sure that the counterparty BIC is reachable in EBA's routing tables.
Yep.
Now you can get those routing tables directly from EBA. You can download them directly from their website, or you can also get them through SwiftRef. There's a couple of other referential. So sponsor banks need to update the registry with EBA. And they will say, if you want to reach this bank in Montenegro, we can clear those transactions for you. And those referentials are then picked up by yet other referentials potentially and integrated into the bank's routing table.
So these reachability tables are a bit the same logic as the ones of EPC. Eh? You have some windows when you can adhere. There are also some dates in it, not so long, not 6 months, very shorter. And these are communicated up front, 14 days up front. It's nearly every month. And so every participant of the 4,000 banks in Europe implement these routing tables to know exactly. Some are not really updated real time, but yeah, that's how it works.
So that's something to take into account, right? Other banks don't know that you're reachable with SEPA and can't send you SEPA transactions until you are live in those reachability tables. That's step 1. But step 2 is that the counterparty bank have to update their reachability tables as well. In an ideal world, every bank is doing that on a monthly basis. Whenever there is an update, in reality, that's not always the case.
No.
So if you are a bank and after you've gone live on SEPA, if you have a counterparty bank that is still sending you a lot of payments over Target 2, for instance, and you would prefer to receive those payments over SEPA, it might be worthwhile to get in contact with that large counterparty that you're interacting with often to let them know, hey, we're now a member of SEPA, update your reachability tables.
Yeah.
I've seen it before where I was accompanying a smaller bank and go live, and in the initial phase they weren't getting a lot of transactions, and even though they were in the reachability tables, simply because their counterparties hadn't updated their reachability tables yet. Yeah. So don't panic if the volumes of incoming payments are still low in the beginning. It takes some time for those reachability tables to be updated on the sending bank side.
Previous paragraph in the session, on the reachability tables you can see which AOS is respected by whom, who will adhere to the AOSs, and that EBA will run.
So these reachability tables are important on your side as well. And we'll talk about some of the channel integrations as well with SEPA. But these reachability tables you as a SEPA participant can use as well to know who is reachable through SEPA payments. Not every single bank in Europe is reachable through SEPA. It's not an obligation to propose SEPA payments. Only if you have payment accounts, which means that there are, say, wealth management banks, for example, that do not offer payment accounts to their clients, but that only allow clients to transfer funds from an account that they hold at a third-party financial institution to the account at the wealth management bank. But those are by definition not payment accounts. Or let's say investment platforms, things like that, where it's only liquidity in, liquidity out, not payment accounts. They don't necessarily have to be members of Step 2. So it's not just because the counterparty BIC is within SEPA or even within the EU that you know that you can send SEPA payments. So you need to use these reachability tables to know whether you can route the payment as SEPA or whether you need to route the payment as a target payment. Now there are a number of domestic clearing systems. What we said in the beginning is EBA Step 2 came about, and the whole idea was that these domestic clearing systems would disappear. Right? And that is the case in the number of countries. For example, in Germany, there's a form of garage clearing through the Bundesbank, but not really a domestic clearing. Right? Luxembourg, no domestic clearing. So a lot of countries simply went onto EBA Step 2. Other countries did maintain domestic clearings. Typically, that's done for two reasons. One is a cost advantage. So sometimes these domestic clearings can be cheaper than EBA. And oftentimes it's also related to shareholdership. So some of these domestic clearings, like the Deutsche Bundesbank, for example, or Borica or whatnot, are owned by central banks. A lot of other ones, such as, for example, STET or SEC or FINA, are owned by commercial banks. So if you have to pay the same amount for a transaction anyways, might as well pay to a company where you're a shareholder rather than EBA where you might either not be a shareholder or be a very minoritary shareholder, right? The other reason that these domestic clearings exist is because they offer overlay services or value-added services. SIPS in Portugal is a great example of that. They also operate the ATM network. They operate a proxy database. They operate QR code systems. They operate a SWIFT service bureau. Right? So they go well beyond just simply providing clearing and settlement services. They also provide value-added services that are catering to a domestic market on top of that.
Yeah, it is not mandatory to connect to EBA. So banks have a choice, or either you go to your local clearinghouse if there is one, or some countries have even a dual strategy where they say I go for my domestic volumes to the local clearinghouse and I have another connection to EBA clearing for all what is cross-border. And you have countries or banks that opt rather to have EBA as their domestic clearing. Okay, you have Germany, you have the Bundesbank. There are large commercial German banks that are not on the Bundesbank. They do go directly to EBA for their domestic clearing. They do everything over EBA. Not all banks do this, some do this. So you have the choice what you have to do. You have to calculate, in fact, what is economically the best for your situation.
Absolutely. And finally, one of the last reasons that these still exist is out of resilience. So a lot of times, certainly the larger banks, they will participate in multiple clearing and settlement mechanisms to have resilience, to not have a single point of failure. Yeah. Now, there is a system, and I believe there was a question about this earlier, around EACHA. So EACHA is the European Association of Clearinghouses. No, I'm missing something.
Yeah.
European
but not all are.
Automated Clearinghouses Association, that's the right order. So some of these clearings have built bridges between each other. For example, Worldline in the Netherlands, they also operate the clearing in Austria. You can send transactions between the Netherlands and Austria without going through Step 2 because they have built bridges through EALCHA. But again, this doesn't provide complete coverage, and therefore allow the banks to respect the cross-border payments regulation, and therefore even those countries where they have domestic clearings that are part of EALCHA and that have built those interoperabilities, the banks
And
still
so
need to be direct or indirect participants.
Yeah, exactly.
Step two.
So you have these complicated situations where banks go first to the local clearinghouse. If there is reachability, you go outside reachability. They look in EACHA because they have bilateral agreements, and more often they are cost efficient. They go to look to EACHA, and if still on EACHA they don't have the reachability, they go to EBA clearing. So you have sometimes even clearing houses that are connected directly to EBA clearing that do domestically everything that is possible, and even if it goes outside for the domestic, they connect through your local clearinghouse. So if you have only one connection, the local clearinghouse to maintain, and they connect on your behalf then to EBA clearing. But this is, be careful, this is interoperability and not interconnectivity. So be very careful about these words. So if they connect on your behalf, that's what I said. Technically, they do it for you, but in practice, you have to settle directly with EBA. You have two settlement accounts, one with the local clearing and one with EBA clearing.
That finishes clearing and settlement. Are there any questions about clearing and settlement or sponsorship bank? So sponsor bank and direct participant, it's the same thing, for if it wasn't clear. Any questions about this section? Also looking at the chat to see if there were any questions. Could you kindly share the presentation? That is, oh, that was some time ago. I think it should be good now. Can you see the presentation still? Perfect. Okay. All right.
We can see.
So, let's look at some of the payment flows. What are SEPA credit transfers? Again, very basics. Low value customer credit transfers denominated in euro with shared charges. So we don't have we don't have Ben, we only have shared charges in euro. And they are between payment service providers in the SEPA zone. And we'll ignore one leg out credit transfers for now. SEPA credit transfers in the documentation is using a four-corner model where we have the originator and their bank, so they're essentially the payer and their payment service provider, as well as the beneficiary and the beneficiary's payment service provider. So that's the payee. You can have clearing and settlement mechanisms to connect those two if the beneficiary so if the originator and the receiver aren't at the same PSP. You can have intermediary PSPs, for example, sponsor banks. And then in some cases you can have PISPs to initiate transactions. SEPA payments are processed typically as batches. So that's very different than SWIFT payments. That's very different than correspondent banking. We use batch payments. Now I believe that you used batch payments already using MT102 on your domestic clearing system, right? So you're somewhat familiar with that, but it's an ISO standard that uses batches. So where on the left side here, that would be your SWIFT payments, where all the payments are in different files. With SEPA payments, we have multiple payments that can reside within the same file. So what does the happy flow look like? The payment is originated by the originator, and the originator PSP will generate a PAX8 message. That's a FI to FI customer credit transfer. Okay? The originator will send that through the clearing and settlement mechanism to the beneficiary PSP. Now, potentially, there are intermediaries between the originator PSP but the beneficiary PSP. But as you'll remember what Francis said, there's no change to that message. It's exactly the same. What's sent by the originator doesn't matter if it passes through multiple clearinghouses, doesn't matter if it passes through multiple intermediaries. It's exactly what's received by the beneficiary PSP. And if all goes well, the account exists. There's no sanctions hits, there's no AML hits, there's no fraud hits. The beneficiary is credited, and the beneficiary is made aware, and this is outside of the scheme, of the fact that they've received that payment through some type of reporting. This is the happy flow. Let's look at some of the obligations there. So the first obligations that we have are related to timing, and I believe this is transposed into Montenegrin law as well. Right? So we have the originator side as well as the beneficiary side. On originator side, the payment needs to be sent at least business day plus one, or at latest at business day plus one from when the payment was originated. At latest. A lot of banks do that payment the same day. So if a client originates a payment today, they will send that payment out the same day rather than day plus one. There are advantages and disadvantages to that. The advantage of doing it the same day is that, well, the customer experience is better. And the customer experience might be better than your competitor bank. Or you might even, for that better customer experience, want to charge an additional fee, where some banks will have a regular SEPA payment and an urgent SEPA payment, where the urgent SEPA payment is processed in the same day. The regular one is sent on D plus one. The disadvantage to this is, well, obviously you have to be able to send it out same day, so operationally it might be more complex. The other thing is related to value dates. Typically with a SEPA payment, my bank will debit me today, send out the payment tomorrow, which means that the bank gets a day of float. They hold on to that liquidity for a day without having to pay me interest for it. So that's a form of net interest income for the bank. If they send it out same day, well, they don't get that net interest income. So a lot of banks started sending out same day, especially when we had negative interest rates. Now they're somewhat regretting it, and the kind of these urgent instant payments are, or these urgent payments are making way for instant payment. So on sending side, either same day or day plus one. Day plus one can actually be day plus two in some scenarios, because you will have cutoff times, right? You have a cutoff time from your correspondent bank. If that payment comes in after the cutoff time, so for example, if this evening at 9 o'clock I decide to send a payment to Francis, in that case, my bank will consider that payment as being a payment received on Friday, because it's after the cutoff time of Thursday, so it'll be considered as a payment received on Friday. The bank will send the payment out on D plus one, D plus one being Monday, and that's when I will receive the payment. Okay, so it's not always one day. A SEPA payment typically can take 1 to 2 business days, depending on whether it's received before or after the cutoff time. Yeah. On receiving side, there you have to credit the beneficiary with the value date and availability of funds the same day as you received the payment in. Now, operationally, that creates some complexities here in Montenegro, because you don't have the opportunity to put the payment on hold to do some type of investigation. So you either credit or you reject or return the payment. All right? The exception there is if you have to do currency conversion. Let's say for some reason someone does a SEPA payment onto a US dollar account, and you need to translate that currency into US dollar, then you can still take an extra day to perform that currency conversion. But that's a rather exotic scenario that I think in Montenegro, which is a euro-based country, won't be facing. Any questions about value dating and kind of the timelines associated to SEPA payments? All right. Sorry? Nighttime site? Yeah. Now, it can happen that there's a problem with the payment and that it can't be processed. And then we get into what we call R messages. Why do we call them R messages? Because all these status codes, they start with an R. The two that we'll start with looking at are rejects and returns. Does anyone know what the difference is between a reject and a return payment? I think we covered it yesterday with with some of the banks. So a reject happens before settlement. A return payment happens after settlement. So if you send a payment onto your sponsor bank and your sponsor bank cannot settle that transaction, for instance, because your Nostro account is insufficiently funded, or because the payment is incorrectly formatted, they will reject that payment. If you send the payment onto your sponsor bank, and they send that payment on towards the beneficiary, and it's, for example, the beneficiary has closed their account, in that case, the payment will come back as a return payment. What's the difference between the two? Well, a reject hasn't been settled, so there's no counter booking that has to take place. With a return payment, there the settlement has already taken place, so we need to have settlement in the opposite direction. So two different messages, two different processes. A reject is done before clearing and uses the PAX2 message. ISO 20022 doesn't have a dedicated reject message. The message that's used here is the payment status report, the interbank payment status report, or payment status, payment status report, that's the right message. The PAX2. If we're looking at the PAX2, every bank is obliged to be able to process a reject PAX2. There are, however, also banks that send positive acknowledgement of payments. So that's a positive payment status report to tell you, yes, the transaction has been settled. Okay? We see some behavior in banks that can be different. So when you architect your solution, there are two different ways that you can process payment when it comes to a debit booking. Some banks, what they will do is they will do all their payment processing, and when they send out the PAX8, they debit the client. That's one way of doing it. Banks that are making use of these positive confirmations from their sponsor banks, what they will sometimes do is not debit their client when they send the PAX out to their correspondent. They reserve the funds on the client's account, and they wait for positive confirmation from their sponsor bank to actually debit. So we see both variants that are used throughout Europe. I see pretty much 50-50 split.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the two behaviors, and it's very important to see you as a bank how you will implement it, and perhaps you will implement what is most comparable to what you do today. I presume. Do you global booking or net booking? Do you the global? You do the full amount, and then you do the rejects after as a negative amount, or do you the net booking and do it then in separate reportings? In separate statements? What were the rejects that were the origin to have a smaller net booking than the global amount that you sent out? So there are the behaviors are there. It depends on how your corporate are expecting what from you, what you want to do. Depends mostly on what you do today and how you behave today. And
either behavior is scheme compliant, is fully legal. So the choice is really
again, this is commercial space. How you go with your clients is fully commercial space. What is in the implementation guidelines? The message, the reject message, is exactly described in the implementation guideline. And you come to the reject reason codes. You come to the reject reason codes as well. Not. No, well, just be very careful. So you have reason codes in the rejects. Why it was rejected is very interesting to read, but sometimes very unclear as well. Sometimes the message is hidden. You have countries, GDPR, that are not allowed to say that an account that the debtor is deceased. Whatever. So they will see a reason code MSO3, reason not specified. So if the reason is not specified, sometimes it is because they are not allowed to say what is the real reason. Everybody, or for example, if there's not enough funds on the account, this is a typical one in Belgium, for example. It is not authorized to say that you don't have enough money on account. So it's MSO3. But we know as all Belgian banks that if you have an MSO3, reason not specified, that is not have money on their account. But so be careful with the reaching reason codes. If they are if you do well, they can be very informative, certainly not for you as a bank, of course, but for your clients to know exactly. If you receive a reject account closed, well, this is important to know that you don't have to resend again the other month and the other month and the other month a payment. It will each time be rejected. So if you, and this is, again, the magic and the power of SEPA, these messages go along the whole chain. So if you perform well as a bank, your client will be well informed on why his payments are rejected, and he can optimize his processing afterwards.
Yeah, thank you, Francis. So again, with this PAX2 message, you need to be capable of, as bank to receive a PAX2 and at minimum process the reject reason. Ideally, you would be transmitting some type of explanation of that reject reason to your clients in the reporting that you provide to them as well, so they know exactly why payment has failed, whether it was a technical error or an account that's closed or whatever it may be, okay? And the positive payment status report is optional. You do not reject payments. You, as a Montenegrin bank, will never reject a payment. Why? Because you have a Nostro account with your sponsor bank. Before you receive the payment, your Nostro account has been credited. That transaction has been settled. So every single transaction that you receive, of which you cannot credit the beneficiary, will result in a return payment rather than a reject. Does that make sense? Because your correspondent bank has to debit your Nostro account, which means they can't do that based on PAX2. They need to have a return payment, a PAX4, which carries funds with it. Yeah. Yeah. Questions, comments, thoughts? Right. So the return is when settlement has already been done. That can be done by your sponsor bank. It can be because the clearing and settlement mechanism was unable to apply the payment, or because the payment reached the beneficiary, but the beneficiary wasn't able to be credited. And you can infer some of that from the reject reason codes.
So anyway, perhaps you mentioned with the clearinghouse, payments are only transmitted once they are settled. Important by the clearinghouse to know, and also by EB clearing. So when a payment here comes through this CSM, the CSM first look, is there is enough amount? Can we settle the whole thing? Once it is settled, they send out the technical files. So first settlement and then technical files. So when it arrives here at the Benebank, the Benebank can always credit the account of the beneficiaries because they know they were settled and they have the money to settle, to credit the accounts of the clients. So that's very important to have this in mind. It's always credit after settlement.
Exception processing, recalls. So we're talking about rejects and returns. There is a little bit of volume associated to rejects and returns. I think typically what I've seen at most banks is 98.5-ish% STP, so that are processed correctly. You'll probably get 1.4% of payments that are rejected or returned. Here, recalls, I mean, the volumes that are, it's one payment out of in all of Montenegro, you'll probably get a handful of these, right? It won't be a huge amount. So,
but they are needed in case of, you see them probably in case of massive things. You have a duplicate. For example, you send a double file. Things can happen. Then the recalls are efficient. And so you can send out massive then recalls in that time. If you have, of course, fraudulent, the reasons for recall, you cannot recall just because you like recalls. Yeah, that's not possible. And so recalls and request to recalls, you come to that one as well? Okay, so I will leave you then on the request to recalls. But they can be very efficient in some very particular reasons.
So recalls, you can either send them out if you made an erroneous payment or it turned out that the payment was fraudulent. You can send out a recall, and that will follow the same path as the original PAX 8, so through your intermediary,
same
through the
clearinghouse,
CSM,
same way,
and so on and so forth. And the beneficiary bank has an obligation to answer within 15 days of receipt. It's also the other way around. If you receive a payment and a client at the sending bank would like to recall that payment, you will need to answer to that recall request within 15 business days. There are some slight changes in the way that we're doing recalls in the rule book of 2025. So this is one of the areas where there's some slight nuance differences between 2023 and 2025. So we have two different scenarios that are possible with a recall. In this case, we start with a payment that is being sent by the originator PSP to the beneficiary PSP. And it turns out it was a fraudulent payment, or for whatever reason a recall needs to occur. The originator PSP will create a recall message. That's a CAMT 56. It's also the same as the recall message that we would use in ISO 20002 in correspondent banking. And that recall message, it also has a reason code. Why are we recalling that? The beneficiary PSP can then decide what they do with that message. In this scenario, they're able to return the payment. For example, because the beneficiary hasn't been credited yet, or because it's a valid recall. I don't know what the jurisdiction here is in Montenegro. Again, that depends country by country, but maybe something to clarify as well. In a lot of countries, as soon as you have credited the beneficiary, you cannot debit the beneficiary again, even if it's a recall, even if it turned out to be your fraudulent payment. Right. Do you happen to know in Montenegro what the rules are around that? Yeah, it might be something that we can set clarification around afterwards. It's the same as with SWIFT payments in any case. But do keep in mind that if you don't get a positive response to your recall, it's not because your counterparty bank is of ill will, but simply because they don't have the legal authority to debit their client's account in the context of that recall. But here, everything goes well, and the beneficiary PSP will send a return payment using a PAX4. Something to talk about with this return payment, a return payment is initiated by the beneficiary PSPs or one of the PSPs in the flow. If the beneficiary has been credited and the beneficiary would like to return a payment, that's not a PAX4, it's a new PAX8 with a specific purpose code that we're going to attach to that. That's part of the rules as well, a specific purpose code which is going to let us know that it is a return payment to a previous payment. Okay, so returns are only in the interbank space. It is not when the beneficiary account has been credited and we have a return. That's a PAX8. Okay, so in this case we're able to positively respond to that recall request, and we do it through return. Alternatively, if we cannot, or if the beneficiary PSP cannot return the payment, for example, because they don't obtain debit authorization from the client, they still need to respond to that payment request. And they're going to do that with a resolution of investigation, I think is the message name.
Yes. I don't know if you kept the slide or not. On the investigations.
Yeah, we'll take that as well. But it's a CAMP 29 message, where also there you will need to give a reason code, and all of these clearly documented by EPC, why you cannot return the payment.
Yeah.
The volumes here, again, are going to be incredibly minimal. You just need to make sure that when you receive these messages, you get them on a queue and that you have work instructions in place to be able to deal with it. The likelihood of seeing the volumes in the Montenegrin market, the likelihood of you getting these even one a month is very, very low.
Yeah.
So
but you need to implement them, huh?
You
so
need to
if you participate in the rule book and you sign the adherence agreement, you comply with the rule book and you have to respect the rule book. And the rule book says that all these messages, they do exist, and you need to be able to receive them and to reply. If you receive it, you have to be able to reply with the CAMP 29. You cannot do no more a SWIFT 9 or whatever. That's finished. So you have to be compliant with all the messages, not only the PAX8 to send the credit transfer and the happy flow. That's the good news is it works perfectly. It's very once it works and it is implemented, it is handy. The bad news is that you have to implement them all.
Yeah. So I know a lot of the banks were considering how they would send their SEPA messages to the counterparties, right, to their sponsor bank, and a lot of banks have decided to go kind of for the SFTP route. There are again two options: SFTP or sending it over SWIFT FileAct. Yeah. Oh, sorry. There we go. So one of the potential advantages of doing it over FileAct is that you can actually create templates in Alliance to be able to send that. So even if straight through, most of the time you're sending those payment messages using FIN, SFTP connection, it might be worthwhile using Alliance Access specifically for all these exceptions, right? Because there we can use templates in a graphical user interface which is provided to us through Alliance Access, which we don't necessarily have when we have a SFTP integration only with our counterparty bank. So it's like Francis said, we get very little of these, but through the rule book, you are obliged to be able to respond to them correctly, but do so manually. Can I say that with the regulators around the table? Yeah, do so manually. There's another type of recall request, which is request for recall by originator. Yeah, well, shortly done. Very similar, except for this is your client that is asking to perform a recall. Okay, the process otherwise is largely analogous.
Yeah. That's why it's called a request. A request to call, given the settlement finality directive, a credit transfer is final and is definitive. Once on your account, it is on your account for always. Of course, the originator can send, of course, I would say not of course, but he can send a request to recall. I made a mistake. I didn't need to credit you. Well, it is final. He can send out a request, but you're not sure it will be honored. It is totally possible that the beneficiary says, no, I don't give you the money back. It is a request to recall. It is not a recall. It's a request to recall. Sometimes it will be honored if you have a good beneficiary on the other side. Sometimes if you're in bad luck, the beneficiary, no, I keep it. So be careful with this. It is final. The recall interbank depends a little bit on your agreements interbank. For example, in the case of a duplicate, it makes sense that you allow between banks to redebit the account of the client without asking his advice. He got it 2 times. He got it 2 times. You take 1 time back. It makes sense. That's how we. In Belgium, we have an interbank agreement, but this only works in Belgium. If I sent out a recall, I made a mistake. For example, I made a duplicate file, and some of my beneficiaries were in France. Well, I can send a recall. Meaning the Belgian banks, they will all give me the money back, I'm sure. The French bank, I don't have agreements with them. I'm not in their banking federation. They will ask their client, do you want to give the money back? And he says no, even if it's a duplicate. He says no, it is no. It is fine, be careful with the credit transfer.
So I'm just going to rush through this, Francis, because I realize that we're eating into lunchtime, so I'll be very quick about this. Again, the chance of you getting these messages in or actually using them yourself is incredibly limited, but the 3 other messages that we have are a claim of non-receipt. A claim of non-receipt is basically when a payment has been executed and the beneficiary isn't credited, kind of figure out what happened with that payment. We have a claim for value date correction, so that is if a bank did not respect the payment services regulation and apply the correct value dates. And we can have a request for status update, which is associated to a cancellation or one of these other investigations if you haven't gotten a response.
Yeah. The claim for value date? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can find the details here, but I don't think it's worth going into a lot of details.
Well, they automated everything, and they have answers, automated answers to this. If you have a claim for value date and you don't agree with the claim for value date, you have another ISO message. So a lot of ISO messages on the scheme. Yeah.
And finally, if there is a claim for value date correction, there is a way to do inter-PSP billing and to claim fees for these investigations. But again,
yeah, all of this claim for value date is when you made a mistake on the sending bank and you didn't execute the payment timely when it was needed. And so the beneficiary says, hey, I got my money too late, and the originator was already debited. The bank says, oh, sorry, mea culpa. I will request a value date correction at the Bene Bank. The Bene Bank can do this, say, hey, but this will cost you that much for the interest and that much for the fee for doing this. So you send back then it's all automated. You send back the message. That's the interest fee. That's the thing. That's the.
And with that, we'll let you get to lunch, and we'll continue afterwards with a Q&A. Thank you. All right, I hope you all had an enjoyable lunch, both people here as well as those following online. As you know, there is a rulebook change that's coming in October, and I want to dive into that a little bit, what that means specifically for SEPA credit transfers. So, Francis mentioned it, cutoff time, the 5th of October at 3:30 a.m. that is one of the first rule book, the first major changes in the way that we do this. Typically, the rulebook cutover time has been 8 o'clock in the morning. Now we've made it 3:30 in the morning to better suit.
Perhaps it will be in the future as well, because it's on instant payments related. This is a Sunday morning. If you look to the 5th October, it's a Sunday morning at 3:30, and that's when there is the lessest instant payments in the systems. And so there will be an interruption and a real downtime of all instant payments in Europe of half an hour from then on. Even tips will be closed, everything to update and to switch over the systems. This is the first time we have an instant payment system that is in a release mode, so perhaps in the future it will always be on a Sunday. We will see at night.
Right.
Okay.
So again, this is when the cutover time is. Francis mentioned it as well. All the messages switch over from that time, so including messages which are associated to an ongoing transaction.
Yeah.
Right. If you are recalling a transaction that was sent before this time, the recall will be in the new format, whereas the original payment will have been in the old one. So it's changing. Well,
okay, well, fine. So in the credit transfer rulebook, there are not that much changes. Lucky for you. There will be an alias that will be possible to send alongside. But you still need always to have the full name, address, what is needed. But you can have an additional element, which is the alias. It's an optional attribute. It can not substitute IBANs or whatever. It is just an optional one that you can add. So, and it is under the condition you can see. The alias can be used by the counterparty, provided he can read it and interpret it. But IBAN and so need always to be there. It's for the proxies. You need to have agreements between the two parties, the sending and the receiving, otherwise it can't work. This makes sense as well. I don't think this will have impact for you. You see no impact there.
So again, for this to have impact, you have to have a bilateral agreement or a multilateral agreement to make use of this, which is completely optional. So unless you decide to do that all of a sudden, you can.
But you could receive it from outside parties again. The SEPA schemes always run SEPA through the whole SEPA. If you receive a field that you can't read or don't need to read, you don't have to read it neither. So you don't have to read, even if the alias would be completed, would be there. Okay, nice, you receive it, but you don't have to do anything with it.
Yeah. So very scientifically, impact assessment for Montenegrin banks, no impact. You know, your XSD might change slightly. You'll update your XSD when you're validating your message format, but operationally, technically, there's really no impact. The second one is related to recalls. Do you want to take this one as well, Francis?
You're
second.
Yeah.
So.
You're on the second slide already?
No, still same slide. Bottom. So small.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, the request to recall can only be sent once. If the other party is not answering, you don't have to send another one. You have to send out an inquiry message. This is now new. You have a whole set of inquiry messages that come along with the rulebook. You send an inquiry, why didn't you answer to my recall? Instead of sending out a new recall.
So you have all your SEPA credit transfers, of which a tiny portion will have recalls, and of that tiny portion that has recalls, a tiny portion will not get a response within 15 days. Yeah. That's the portion that's impacted.
So the bank need to, you will see in the rulebook, you need to answer to a recall within 15 days. If you don't do this, from then on, don't send another recall. You send a request for status update, this is called. It's again an R message. It's a request for status update.
Yeah. So again, this would typically be something that's a manual process for banks of your size. So again, no real impact. This is one that does have an impact on you. The introduction of the hybrid address. Yeah. Are there people involved with CBPR Plus and international payments in the room? Yeah, perfect. So then you probably already have a basis of what hybrid addresses are. So let's dive into addresses and the use of addresses in SEPA payments. Here, there's something specific to non-EU banks, where you need not only the name and the IBAN of the parties, you need a name, IBAN, and address of the party, or the address of the party that is outside of the EU. That means when you send a payment to, for example, Belgium, you will need to have the debtor's address on that payment. The payer's, sorry. The payer's address will need to be in that payment. If you send a SEPA payment towards a bank in the UK, you will need to have the payer's address as well as the payee's address, because also there the payee is outside of the EU, right? So if one of the parties is outside of the EU, the name and the IBAN does not suffice. You need to have an address. This clear to everyone? Yep, perfect. So we need addresses. 3 different structures of addresses that exist. The unstructured address, we have structured addresses, and we have hybrid addresses. Unstructured addresses use address lines and only use address lines, right? They don't necessarily allow us to see immediately what the country is, although in this example we do see it.
Countries there.
Actually, that's a hybrid already. That's coming from the EPC
No.
documentation.
What in the unstructured is as the word said, not structured at all. It just in one line you put the whole address, name, street, the whole stuff, except for the country. You put all in. It's not very machine readable.
Yeah.
By the way, EPC is here a follower and not a leader. They follow what on international markets is happening. But they are a good student, and they said, well, by 25, everything needs to be structured. And a structured address, the complete middle side here, what is this? Well, as the word said, you have a lot of fields. I don't know how many, 20 fields, I think, in the full structured address, where everything needs to be said. The street, the house number, the building number, the whatsoever, it's really structured in all details. In practice now, we have an issue, because nobody, or not very lot of companies or banks have this full structured address in-house. A lot of, certainly the street name and the house number are very often in one single field. So this is an issue. EPC was a good student and said, we will switch over in our rulebook to the full structured. In practice, live around the seas, and certainly at SWIFT and CBR, there were a lot of discussions that this is not possible for international payments to have the full structured. Can't we have a hybrid thing? And a hybrid thing is certainly on street name and house number, and that we can have this in one single field. But we have, and the building number, for example. But we have still in separate fields the country, and if you look to the sanction screening, to what do you look? To the name, to the country, but never to the street name, or rarely to street name. So it doesn't harm a lot in your screening exercises, but it is practice. Corporate don't have these fields separately. So putting this operational would be a horror for everybody. That's why the hybrid test came up. And certainly at SWIFT, all the discussions going on, everybody agrees now, also in CBPR and so on, to have this hybrid address. It's not a fully unstructured, it's not yet a full structured, it's an in-between. That's why it's called hybrid. EPC has to change over its rulebook, because in the current version it said, as from then you need a full structured, which is no more true. EPC is not a leader but a follower, I said. They follow what is happening on international markets. And as from the next rulebook, 2025, October, the 5th of October, you will be allowed to have the hybrid address as well, or the unstructured or the hybrid. And from once upon a time, but in a long time, it will be fully structured.
So what are the benefits of a structured address? Let's look at this example. People working in compliance here, probably some alarms going off when you see an address like this, right? If we have this unstructured, well, we've got, first of all, the name Cuba Libre Bar and Grill, Cuba in there, OFAC, not too keen on that. And then we have Rue du Terran, which is actually quite a well-known street in Paris where there's a lot of businesses. You have Terran, that's potentially in a place that's related to the city as well. So if you get this information in an unstructured method, well then there's a very high likelihood that it will be blocked by your sanction screening departments, and where you would have to do a manual review of that transaction. And that's fine for SWIFT payments, where you have a little bit of time to look at it. With instant payments, for example, where you have to make that decision within 10 seconds, actually now under the new rule book within 5 seconds, whether or not to execute the transaction that would lead to a reject. Right? So having structured addresses is greatly beneficial to reducing the number of sanctions false positives. And your old employer, I was having a discussion with Wim Groosemans, and this was publicly recorded, so I can share it, with Wim Groosemans, who's responsible for product at BNP. They were already saying that even in international payments, where the use of structured addresses is still relatively limited, they'd seen a significant improvement in their false positive rates that they had associated to sanction screening due to the use of these structured addresses. So it's a little bit of a pain to get there, but it will allow us to reduce costs in international payments because we are more capable of automating the processes associated to sanction screening. So that's kind of the background around these structured addresses. So we have 3 different structures of addresses: unstructured, structured, and hybrid. Today, the rule book that we have today, which is valid until the 5th of October of this year, we can use either structured addresses or unstructured addresses. As of October 25, we add to that the capability to do hybrid addresses. Okay? So as of then, we can do hybrid addresses. And as of the rule book of, or as of 2026, normally, if it doesn't get pushed back, and we probably have different opinions about that, but normally as of 26, you will no longer be allowed to use unstructured addresses. So we have to use either structured or hybrid addresses. What does that mean? That means if you implement the rule book as of today, you can do structured or unstructured. If you go the unstructured route, in that case, you will need to change over to structured or hybrid addresses sometime between October 5th, 2025 and the 22 November of 26. Or if today you are capable of developing and using structured addresses from the start, you're covered. You don't need to change anything. So you need to consider how your core banking systems are developed, what your data structure is. If you have the capability to use structured addresses today, I highly encourage you to do so. If you are incapable of doing structured addresses, well then you'll need to go towards the unstructured format, but do keep in mind that sometime in that period from October of this year until November of next year, you will have to transition to either hybrid or structured addresses. Yeah? I think there's a visual representation of that. No, okay. So this is EPC being a follower. Where is this originally coming from? It's PMPG. That's the Payment Market Practice Group, right? PMPG, they kind of set the standards of the way that we do interbank messaging globally. And actually the adjustment here is required for SWIFT payments, for CBPR+, and it is also a recommendation for RTGS systems. Maybe the Bank of Montenegro can share as well what the deal is with structured addresses in the RTGS. Are you looking at the RTGS to migrate to structured addresses as well? Do you know? No? Yeah. Absolutely. But this is part of the CBPR Plus standards, HVPS as well. So I can't comment on it now, but likely the RTGS will have this similar transition and similar timelines, where the October timeline is probably pushed back to November rather than October. Right? Sorry.
Sorry, just to add, especially considering the TIPS clone project, because existing RTGS will be connected actually to the new system, so it's also one argument more to pass immediately to the structured, or at least plan it in the process. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, hold on, give me. Otherwise the people.
Okay, I understand. So with this switch over to hybrid and structured addresses, will there be any control on SEPA side, so centralized control, and what would be the single point of truth in that regard? So would we be able to transfer any data as client gave to us, or there would be some set of rules that have to be satisfied? For example, I don't know, the list of streets that exist in a town, or the list of towns in Montenegro, etc. So, and does it exist, and who would be in charge of it if it does?
I answer, okay. Well, in the rule book there is no controls at all. EPC doesn't control, but you might have rejects from the beneficiaries. So if the beneficiary says, or your clearinghouse, depending what they control and what they don't control. I don't think they will control that there is an existing town or a non-existing town in your country if there would be a fake name, for example. But the beneficiary will probably have issues. And if you have to respect the rule book, you adhered, so you have to behave correctly and well. So, and if participants say that that particular bank always sends wrong messages, makes a lot of errors, you will have a letter from the EPC and say, well, some of our members mentioned that, and if it continues, you come in a dispute committee, but that's really at the end. It will not happen, I hope so. But nobody will control it that you're sending. It depends really if your correspondent or your clearinghouse or the beneficiary, if they don't reject, it passes. But maybe if you create fake towns and they do controls, they will have a reject message or a return. Depends on where we are in settlement.
So, one question I had, Francis, that I'm not entirely sure about, that you might know. What is the deal with mixing structured and unstructured addresses? Because obviously the banks today will have to adapt their user interfaces for clients that are going to initiate SEPA payments. Is it possible to use structured addresses for the payee side, where they're developing the user interfaces to make that structured already, to make that future-proof, whilst keeping the payer side unstructured? Or does there have to be an alignment between structured and unstructured when it comes to payer and payee? I don't think there's any interplay between those two. They're independent.
Banks depend and rely a lot on the data that their clients provide them. Yeah. So if the payer is a client of my bank, of course I have his data in my database and I will provide it good and well. And I don't know if your banks have already the full structured client database, or if it is still a mix, like the street number, the house number, and the street is very often one field, not always, but one. You will do at best. If it is data coming from your client, from the corporate sending, you have this probably mostly in the direct debit case, but it's not the case here, where we need the data from the client. If he doesn't provide it, I cannot invent it.
So I think probably most payments here are initiated over online channels. Would that be a correct assumption, rather than by payment initiation files? Would that be a correct assumption? Yeah. So here, I guess on creditor side, you have quite some control as well, since you're adapting the user interfaces that the clients are using to initiate those payments. But at least when you design your user interfaces, build it for structured data already, because that requirement is heading at you. Okay. And then on debtor side, do your best to see what you can do. I think, just to answer your question as well regarding, what if the data is wrong? At least on debtor side, that's the information you have in your KYC database. If that information is incorrect about your client, either you've done your KYC incorrectly, or you're transmitting untruthful information about the parties involved, neither which is
a problem with your KYC.
I think there might be some people around in the room here that have something to say about that. So I know a number of the banks are actually looking at, in this initial phase, using essentially MT to ISO translation, even for SEPA payments. I wanted to make you aware that there are already rules in place or recommendations in place for how to map MT to ISO and ISO to MT when it comes to structured addresses. This has been published by PMPG, that's the Payment Market Practices Group, and you can find it very easily online. So if you are one of those banks that is using translation solutions, make sure that you are doing that translation in accordance with the recommendations of PMPG. But ideally, don't do translation, do it natively, but you know. One thing to take into account is that when you go from structured to unstructured, and more globally, if you go from ISO to MT, that you might be dealing with data truncation. So this brings us into the more compliance-related discussions. When you are receiving in SEPA payments, ISO payments, whether that's SEPA or cross-border, you need to be performing your screening, your AML, your compliance checks on the ISO data, not on the MT data. And here we can see an example of that, right? So the name of the creditor here is Broken Arrow Corporation, very long name exceeding 35 characters. Great name for a business. And what we see is that that name has high priority, so is being taken over completely when we map it to the MT message. However, the long building name West Verdieping 4, the full address, well, there's no space to put that complete address in the payment information. So here we see that plus at the end, which is indicating that that data has been truncated. So if we are screening not on the actual ISO message that we received, but we're screening on the MT message, we might not be screening everything. Your translation tools should be, if they are truncating, be inserting a plus symbol when they are truncating. If you have any translated, if you are still screening on translated messages and you see a plus anywhere, you need to manually review that message. Am I missing anything?
Yeah, no. Yeah. So you see in here they structure the unstructured. Yeah? That's a trick, I would say, with the here, where you can clearly see if you can rebuild in the ISO message nearly out from the MT, the other way around, which is important to know. You could do this, of course, where there is a plus, you miss some information, you lost something, but you can make it again really structured in the other way around. So if you respect this, and I really, really recommend you to do so, all parties that are compliant, would say, to the PMTG information, could rebuild and read easily your document, and even the compliance people and reading tools can interpret this.
Yep.
So another question for this, we will be using translation at least for some time, so there will be some challenges, but we think about different databases to enrich the data and to respect every part of MX or ISO standard. My question is actually for AML checks. So you mentioned that they should be performed on full MX data that goes on ISO compliant data, and I presume that AML checks are being done at every step of SEPA payment. So any institution, any intermediary bank or clearinghouse has their right to perform SEPA payments and to issue recall or returns if necessary, if they find for any reason.
So clearinghouses, for starters, don't do any form of checks. Clearinghouses don't look at anything. In the relationship between direct and indirect participant, we see different approaches. Sometimes the direct participant will screen transactions, sometimes they don't. Usually, if it's not within the same banking group, you'll have two screenings that are taking place. If it's within the same banking group, then a lot of banks have made aggregated lists and are applying that aggregated list once. So for example, if you're going through Hungary, your direct participant is in Hungary, you would be applying not only the Montenegrin sanctions list, but you would also be applying the Hungarian sanctions list before you send it out to your sister bank in Hungary, right? And that way you can satisfy the Hungarian requirements as well without having to do a second screening. Does that answer your question?
Yes, quite. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I'm a colleague of Triple. Just more on this topic, on AML. So, do you foresee that for Montenegrin banks, since all of them will have some intermediary, should also procure services of AML from those intermediary banks? Or they must foresee implementation of AML solution for SEPA or ISO messaging?
You need to do your own AML, right? You are responsible for your own anti-money laundering. We'll come back to financial crime compliance, but basically we have 3 forms of financial crime compliance that we're looking at. The first is sanction screening. The second is AML, which is money laundering detection. And then finally we have fraud prevention. But that's a great question. Let me come back to that in just a second, because we have a dedicated section about that. And we have some people here in the room that are capable of answering the questions probably much better than I can. Purpose of payments. Now, this has been a topic of discussion regarding the way that we do reporting here in Montenegro regarding the balance of payments. So today we need to know what the purpose is of payment. We need to assign a code to that, attribute it, so a code list that's coming from the Central Bank of Montenegro, and we need to do reporting based on that. Why is that? Because today the way that we calculate balance of payments in Montenegro is through indirect reporting. The reporting comes from the payments data from the banks that's aggregated by the central bank. If we look at the majority, actually all EU countries, that reporting is done directly. So rather than getting that data from the banks, we go to industry, right? If we think about salary payments, then we talk to the Social Secretariat or the tax authorities. Pension payments, we go to the pension funds. So it's a different way of doing reporting called direct reporting. Now, one of the ideas was, can we use these purpose codes that we have in SEPA payments, and can we map those purpose codes that we have in SEPA payments to the purpose codes that we have here in Montenegro? And short answer is no, definitely not with received payments. Why? Well, the purpose codes exist. They're not used, ever. The only purpose codes that I've actually seen in production are 2 of them: salary payments and intercompany payments. And Francis, you've seen more SEPA payments than I have. Maybe you can, your experience is different.
I see billions. No, that's the one. And why those and not other ones? Huh? Because very often those ones trigger something in the process of sender or the receiver. If I look to salary payments, very often they have a specific reporting where you hide the amounts, the details of amounts. So in a company, the treasurer cannot see who earns what. So this often triggers separate reporting. Intercompany very often triggers same-day payments, so that there is no loss of interest in between the transfers between accounts. And these are the 2 main reasons of the usage. So be very careful. If you receive this or if you send this, this can trigger things at the other party.
So what adds additional complexity to this payments reporting? One is that we have deadlines. We need to credit the beneficiary the same day. We can't put a transaction on hold to get more information about the payment before we credit the beneficiary. With SWIFT payments, we don't have these tight deadlines, right? So we can put payments on hold while we get more information. SEPA schemes are by definition developed to be processed straight through without manual intervention, which is also why there is no inquiries related to or request for information that we have within the SEPA schemes. So whereas with SWIFT payments, we have our MT195, request for information, we don't have an equivalent in SEPA. So you can't go to, for example, the payer's PSP and ask them more information about that transaction because you need it for reporting, okay? So there's challenges, and you know, that it's been subject of discussion, and we've had some discussions with the central bank as well about what we can do to approach this. So just to be clear, these are actions that are currently being investigated, nothing concrete yet, but based on the discussions we've had, what are we looking at? First of all, there's an investigation whether inbound SEPA payments, whether there's some type of minimum threshold that we can set where it's not really going to impact our balance of payments reporting. So potentially where we wouldn't have to do that purpose of payment reporting for transactions under a certain threshold. That's being statistical analysis is currently being conducted to see what that threshold might be, if this might make sense. So that's one action that's currently undergoing. There is also a pending guidance that reporting could be done a posteriori. What does that mean? That means you can credit the beneficiary, you still have to do reporting, but you don't have to put the payment on hold while you're investigating what the purpose of payment is. So you can still credit, you still have to report, but you can do it afterwards. And then finally, the Central Bank of Montenegro needs to migrate towards direct reporting to be able to integrate into the European Union. That's a process that's ongoing, but now I think there's increased effort being put into this, and we are looking at accelerating that as much as possible. I see you're here as well. Am I missing anything? Do you have anything that you want to add to that? I think that summarizes the meeting that we had earlier this week. So, of course, all of this needs to be formalized, right? But I think the message here is that the central bank has heard you, has heard about the problems that this creates, and is working on investigating solutions to find the right balance between, on one side, being able to do balance of payments reporting, not unimportant, right? We can't steer the economy blindly, but on the other side, reducing friction when it comes to SEPA payments. Please.
Yeah.
Well, as Mr. Herman already annotated on the perspective of the central bank, we really don't want to make any kind of delays when it comes to implementation of SEPA. So definitely the reporting on BOP will not be, I would say, any kind of obstacle. Our colleagues from statistics are working on the solution, and I can already highlight that this question was already raised on the first session of the Council on SEPA, and will remain definitely a topic in the next few sessions. In the meantime, what we would appreciate and we'll send, of course, a letter to banks. I would say a somewhat thorough explanation on the way how they're reporting now. So in order for our colleagues from the statistics to get a better idea in fine-tuning the solution that would not affect, I would say, the effectiveness and cycles of SEPA, and of course where all our citizens will fully benefit from SEPA scheme. So apologies, I turn it back to you. But
so just to be very clear, these are not decisions that have been taken by the central bank. These are actions that are being investigated that will be communicated formally at a later stage. But please be aware that these are ongoing actions. Are there any questions about this? No? So let's talk about your projects. A checklist. Here's the golden key to what your project planning should have. This is a framework, right? Every bank is different. Your tech stack is different. The way that you're organized as a banking group is different. This isn't the Bible. You don't have to follow this to the letter of the word, but it should be able to provide you a good foundation of what a complete SEPA project planning should have. We have a couple of categories that we need to respond to. The first one is CSM arrangements. And for you, that means finding a sponsor bank and figuring out how you're going to clear and settle transactions. And I see a lot of people taking pictures. We'll distribute the slides afterwards, I think, as well, but feel free to. Second thing is processing your payments. You need to be able to send, receive payments messaging And I would add the PAX 2, PAX 4 to that, right? Really associated to straight-through messaging. Compliance obligations. We need to make sure that we are duly respecting our AML obligations, that we're performing sanction screening correctly, and that we are mitigating potential fraud risk. And I'll come back to that in a second as well. We have our exceptions processing capabilities. I put that in a different category than payment processing capabilities. You need to do both, but these exceptions are going to be very, very low volume. So whereas in that top category, when we're speaking about payment processing capabilities, that is something that you need to automate and build IT systems for. When we're thinking about exceptions processing, that's more building manual workflows, building templates, building work instructions, and making sure that your back offices are capable of doing that. Payment channel adaptations. It's a new payment method. How are you going to integrate that into your payment channels? I understand in Montenegro as well, there's a requirement upfront to inform your client what a transaction is going to cost. So if you have a differentiated pricing, for example, between SWIFT and SEPA payments, you need to think about integrating that into your channels. If you need structured data, things like that, you need to integrate that into your channels. So there is also a link between your commercial strategy and your payment channels adaptations. A testing strategy. You need to have a very clear testing strategy, and I would recommend you to put that quite up high on your priority list, and to really, based on these scenarios that we've seen today, all these different flows, the exception flows, define what all your tests are going to be. So before you start developing, have the complete set of scenarios that you will be testing against. And then think about the different levels of testing. You have your technical validation, you have your internal functional testing, you will be doing some testing with your direct participant, with your sponsor bank, and then finally, even in production, typically we do some penny tests as well, some low value payments to make sure that everything is working smoothly. We need to think about legal adaptations. Do we need to adapt our terms and conditions with our clients? Are there any customer contracts that we need to update? So you need to figure out what your legal obligations are in the legal links that you have between you and your payment service users. What adaptations do we need to make there? And then finally, we have our scheme adherence, which is registering with the EPC, everything we discussed this morning, right? So I want to dive a little bit deeper into each of these. Francis, did I miss anything?
To me, it's rather complete, huh? But you see, the scheme adherence comes at the end. Huh? All these things before need to be clear in your head and in your budgets and in your operational process. Yeah. To be ready, and then you adhere to the scheme. Huh? Scheme adherence, okay, you have to do this, but this comes at the end. Huh?
Absolutely, and you know, there are obviously dependencies between these different things. Is somewhat a chronological list as well of how I would approach it. Right? So sometimes, you know, your channel adaptations might be dependent on your commercial strategy, and you know, there's interplays between the different sub items in each of these things. But this is typically an order that we would use for deploying SEPA payments. So arranging for a CSM, what does that process look like? Well, typically we'll start with a request for information, right? We want to find correspondent banks that are capable of servicing us. That might be our existing correspondents. That might be new correspondents. And I believe through the Banking Federation, I also spread the contacts of another few correspondent banks that would be open for discussions. And we need to have commercial negotiations. Hopefully we have offers from more than one correspondent willing to be a direct participant for us. I understand that unfortunately that might not always be the reality here in Montenegro. So if you are lucky enough to have commercial negotiations, have commercial negotiations. Then we need to do a technical assessment. How are we going to integrate with this correspondent? Are we going to use FileAct? Are we going to use some proprietary channel? We talked about, you know, these standards, SEPA standards. The PAX 8 is completely standard. Each correspondent can have some slight differences. To give you an example, I think Francis mentioned the end-to-end ID as something that's carried across all banks. I think theoretically it's up to 24 characters. One of the correspondents I've worked with, their systems were limited to 18. So it's a slight variation on the EPC rulebook where the bank adds some additional restrictions. There might be some additional companion files that you have to develop.
Each time there is a translation out of the ISO format towards another format, be very prudent on what you lose as data. And the lesser you transform, the better, of course, having it end-to-end ISO.
Absolutely. So you need to assess with this counterparty how you're going to technically integrate with them, what interfaces you're going to use, what messaging standards you have. Contracting, you need to be able to contract for this service, and this is the contract that will allow you to also show towards the EPC that you will be ready to adhere to the scheme. Project and test planning, you need to test with your counterparty. So you need to agree with your counterparty, when will you go for the EPC adherence, when will you become a reachable party in EBA step 2, when will you perform testing, what are the different test cases that you'll do with them. Okay? So the project planning and the test planning is very much integrated.
Yeah. Ideally you have even testing windows with a commitment of the ones who migrate, who think to migrate at the same period, so that you can have a real, at the end-to-end testing with some messages between two participants. So that's what we do always.
And then once we've done all of that, we need to, of course, open an account, which means correspondent banking due diligence on both sides. If this is a new correspondent, I believe that's not the case with most of the banks here. Most of you are using some existing correspondent banking relationships. But do take into account that this account opening and the associated correspondent banking due diligence typically takes between 3 to 6 months.
So that's it. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. Look to the adherence windows we saw at EPC. If you want to adhere in a short time frame, it is really short notice. You should already be signing.
And then finally, we have the Nostro reconciliation. So if you're opening a new account somewhere, you need to make sure that you receive account statements on that account at the end of the day, and that you reconcile your transactions against that account statement. So if you haven't implemented Nostro reconciliation yet, which is essentially comparing what's on your shadow ledger to the actual balances on your Nostro account, you need to do that. But again, most of you are reusing existing accounts, so these last two for most of you will not be an issue. Any questions about these CSM arrangements? And this is high level, right? There's some additional things. They'll submit documents to you to sign for EBA and things like that as well. But high level, these are the big steps. Payment processing capabilities. So you need to be able to process SEPA credit transfers. What are the key messages that you need to be able to do? You need to be able to send and receive your PAX 8, that's your financial institution customer credit transfers. You need to be able to send and receive rejects, and then you need to be able to receive, you need to be capable of sending and receiving returns, and you need to be at least capable of receiving rejects. Again, you will never send rejects because you are not the settling agent.
Yeah, well, I would have put them in another order because receiving is more important than sending, in the scheme. You can adhere to the scheme and only receive, but cannot only send. That's not possible. So be careful. This from day one, you will be astonished. From day one, you will receive messages. Not a lot, but you will receive them. So be aware.
So in an ideal world, you'll be doing this processing natively using ISO 2002 messaging in your core banking system. Alternatively, you can use translation, but again, be very careful of truncation issues that you might have associated to that. And finally, your payment processing chain should take into account all the regulatory reporting requirements, so things like balance of payments. And again, we'll provide some more information about that in the coming days or weeks about what that exactly might look like and how that will change for these payments. Compliance obligations. 3 big things. Sanction screening. You need to perform sanction screening on your SEPA payments. I think that's quite clear. You need to look at the entirety of the information. And if you are operating within a banking group and your direct participant is a sister bank, look at what you can do to avoid double screening. It increases your costs, increases your friction, might not necessarily be possible, but yeah. This also might mean screening against additional lists beyond simply the ones that are imposed by Montenegro. It might also mean screening against foreign lists. You need to have the appropriate AML detection and reporting in place. Most banks in Europe do this a posteriori, so do this after payment processing. At the end of the day, you will look at all of your transactions that you've conducted and create suspicious activity report based on those transactions. But of course, the domestic requirements here can be slightly different. Am I missing something, anything that we need to add specifically about SEPA payments and AML?
This is just clarification for your side, because all the colleagues here are aware or are familiar with the obligations that are defined with the AML and CFT law. So in our law, the reporting entities have obligation to refrain from executing of transaction in order to be able to report to FIU, and then to wait for that decision if that transaction has sufficient indicators of or reasons to be suspicion, and to be let's say freezed for 72 hours. So that is the purpose of obligation that is defined to refrain from performing the transaction. In practice, this is let's say something different, because most of the suspicious transactions were recognized after performing. In that case, they have to let's say explain why they didn't perform analysis before, if there are like obvious indicators of suspicions that should be recognized before the execution of transaction.
That's for sanction screening or for AML?
This is for AML.
For AML, okay.
For sanction screening, they have to have it in core system, and yes,
you have to sanction screen before you send out.
Yes, that's right.
And when it comes in, you screen immediately. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, you are allowed, huh? You are allowed. If for sanction screening, you put it on hold at a certain time, not for years, but for a limited time period, you're allowed. This is a reason for not crediting immediately. But when you credit it, if I recall well, you have to credit with the original value date it should have been done. You may not credit 2 days later with the credit date of that date. You have to credit with the date when it came in your books. That's how I remember it. Agree? So if you put a payment on an incoming payment on hold, because for sanction screening reasons you need to analyze, you have a hit, and you have to analyze if it is a false or a real hit. So you put this on the parking, you don't credit the account of the client, you wait. When you credit the account of the client 1 day or 2 days later, it has to be with the original value date when you received it in your books. No. Yeah. In the US you can have it 2 years if you want, but I don't know. I'm outside of EEA, so I'm outside of my comfort region. I don't know, and I have to look to you.
Well, I think the colleague is also familiar with the obligation, hopefully, because it is a compliance of the bank that belongs to a group of Eurobank. So we have in our system, we have 72 hours suspension of transaction that belongs to the powers of FIU. And before that, bank has obligation to check for suspicion if they recognize the indicators. They have obligation to work on it, to analysis and to do analysis, and then to decide if they are gonna perform or they're gonna report to the FIU. So
when we are in SEPA, do we have some hold time?
well, the compliance obligations are still on regarding AML CFT, because there is no other option but to implement the obligation that are set within the other laws.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. So AML is a posteriori. It's sanction screening. When you put on hold for sanction screening, you don't credit the account. You wait. Even in SEPA, you're allowed to put it on hold. There is no limitation. SEPA payments are completely compliant, I would say, with sanction screening rules and AML rules. They don't overrule AML rules, and they don't overrule sanction screening rules. They are just so if for sanction screening you need to put it on hold for 72 hours, I would say, well, do it. It is not, you are not in infringement with the SEPA if you do this.
Thank you. That was my
That's the answer?
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
And finally, we have fraud prevention. SEPA payments are cheap. At least from my end, if I'm doing a SEPA payment, it's free. It's fast, it's frictionless. Fast, frictionless, and cheap payments are great for consumers, but also more risky when it comes to fraud. You are now integrated into a European payments market, which means that you are also integrated into the European payments fraud market, unfortunately. So you might expect to see a slight increase in fraud rates as, you know, first of all, you're new to SEPA payments. You're not as experienced with it. So you could have fraudsters that migrate to Montenegro, open accounts here to use them as mule accounts. So where your fraudsters are your clients, but also where your clients might be defrauded from other SEPA regions, because it's much easier to do those domestic or SEPA payments. Now, when it comes to fraud rates, there's a slight increase that you might see with SEPA credit transfers, SEPA direct debits. There we see even more fraud-sensitive instrument than SEPA credit transfers. I see you please do disagree with me.
We will come on direct debits. There are not a lot of fraud in direct debits. Of course, there's a pull mechanism. We will come to that if you have one-to-ones, but we come to that. Yeah. But the fraud is really low in direct debits. Yeah. A little bit higher in credit transfers, and in the instant payments it was low, but now it becomes more common everywhere. So it is a little bit coming up. It is still very low, but it is. No, compared to cards, it is nothing, I would say. But it is creeping up, yes.
So instant payments are incredibly fraud sensitive. It's very difficult to implement instant payments without the appropriate fraud prevention mechanisms, simply because the fraud rates are much higher than with traditional SEPA credit transfers. With a traditional SEPA credit transfer, it takes a day, 2 days to get there. So if someone's defrauded grandma, you know, grandma has lunch the next day with with her daughter or with her son, and then they figure out that there was a problem, they can still recall the payment or take action. With instant payments, if there's a fraud, then the beneficiary is typically standing at an ATM ready to withdraw the money cash at any time.
But typically for credit transfers and for limitation of fraud, a lot of banks put a very small time delay in between transfers. That you can 10 minutes, half an hour, whatever, so that the ones that are on the line and the fraudsters, which are impersonating the clients mostly, cannot transfer a lot of things together.
So yeah, it's something to take into account. As we're looking at tips clone, as we're looking at introducing instant payments, it's very fraud sensitive. It's probably a good time to start thinking about fraud prevention now and starting to integrate those tools into your banking landscape before you actually have to deal with these much higher risk payment instruments. So you become more familiar with fraud prevention. You become more familiar with the methods that are being used by fraudsters. All right. Exception processing capabilities. And I'm looking at the time. Do we have a break that's foreseen? Because I don't want to. 14:50. Okay. No, we have time. Or did we skip a break? No. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. So, exception processing capabilities. Identify the required level of automation. In your case, I would say that's probably quite limited. Create a test planning in conjunction with your sponsor bank. Identify the user interface that's going to be used to process these exceptions. If you're using FileAct, then you can use Alliance Access. If you're using something else, then you might have to do it on your core banking or your banking interface. Right? Develop and document the workflows associated to that exceptions processing. You don't want to get in a request for recall or something like that and not know what to deal with it, and only at that time start opening up the EPC rule books. You want to have developed work instructions up front so that when and if you get these exceptions messages in, you know how to deal with it. You need to implement 4 eyes verification as well if it's required. Certainly for things like returns, right? So if you get a request for recall, you might respond with a return. A return carries funds, so there again, a 4 eyes verification would be in order. You need to train your back office staff to be able to deal with this. So the back office needs to know how to do this if it's going to be a manual process. And then finally, test the workflows together with your sponsor bank. Typically, your sponsor bank should have test cases at very minimum for cancellation requests in their onboarding processes.
Yeah, and I would like to come back on the test planning and on the test workflows on those lines. It is common to have scripted testing with counterparts. Even we as a large bank, when I still was there before my retirement, we receive sometimes questions from other participants, new ones or old ones that change over from their system. Can we do a scripted testing with you? Can we send you a message? A real one then at the end, and you send me back, and they say the scripted testing is where you send, for example, a non-happy flow, where you know you will receive back a reject because you did on purpose an error, which is here the case. So scripted testing is a very interesting thing, and as you are starting all together here, perhaps you can, I don't know where we have some meetings together with banks, that the ones that start in the same window could organize between themselves, at least already, a kind of scripted testing that on certain days some are receiving, some are sending. This is really, really, really helpful to test your systems for the happy flows, but also for the reject flows.
So, payment channel adaptations, what do you need to adapt? Well, first of all, with SEPA payments, we use the IBAN and only the IBAN. We don't ask the client to introduce the BIC. So you need to make sure that your client is, that your channel is capable of enriching the payment instruction with the BIC based on the IBAN. Then you need to integrate that reachability logic into your channel as well. So now we have the BIC. Is that BIC reachable through SEPA payments? Because if not, I need to do a SWIFT payment, which might carry a different pricing, different payment engine, whatever it might be. Then, this is where we have the link to our commercial strategy. Who decides how that payment is going to be routed? Do you decide for the client whether to route it as SEPA or a SWIFT payment? Or do you allow the client to decide? Sometimes the client might actually prefer you to do it as SWIFT payment, for example, if it's urgent or if it's a high value payment. Sometimes the client might prefer it to be SEPA. And this doesn't have to be the same across all channels. For example, on a retail channel, you might make that choice for the client, whereas channels that are more oriented towards corporate and business users, you might leave that choice up to them. You're going to consider those routing decisions on pricing. If you make that decision for the client, then it's very difficult to have a differentiated pricing between SWIFT and SEPA payments. I don't see technically how that would be possible. Right?
Is it legally possible to decide that on behalf of the client? I mean, which method to use? Is it legal?
To decide which payment method to use?
I mean, you as a bank. Is that legal to decide
Absolutely.
on behalf of the client, or this might be client choice?
No, it's you can choose as bank for the client what the payment method is. There's some discussions around the instant payments regulation between SEPA credit transfer and instant. What's done. Also, as bank, you can always reroute the payment to a more performant payment method if you don't charge the client more, right? So a SWIFT payment is normally more performant than a SEPA payment. It's faster.
Yes.
Because it's RTGS. It's processed the same day, same value. Right? Whereas a SEPA payment is typically, it takes a little bit longer, but it should normally be cheaper. So you as bank can say, okay, we are offering SEPA payments at this cost, and if it's not reachable, we'll reroute it as RTGS payment, as SWIFT
Yes,
payment.
but costs do not affect clients.
But
They,
what you can't do is say, hey, you introduced a SEPA payment, but you know what, we'll do a SWIFT payment anyway, and we'll charge you more because it's a SWIFT payment and not a SEPA payment.
It depends on the service levels you agreed contractually with your client. Huh? If you say I can perform your payments within an hour, within a day, within whatever, and to realize the service levels, you have different prices, I presume. Huh? But that's the contract with your client. Huh? But switching over from one channel to another, well, it depends again on your client contract. If in your client contract you commit yourself that when he sends a payment, you will always perform a SWIFT payment, well, it remains as this. Yes. This was why, sorry to interrupt you still, this is why we had to see in the process where the legal things, which is the general conditions that are associated with your account. Every client account has general conditions. What is written in those general conditions? What are you allowed as a bank to do vis-a-vis your client? And most probably you will have to review them a little bit when you come into SEPA world.
Definitely, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the one area where we can't provide that much advice. We're not fluent in Montenegrin contract law, but I'm sure there are plenty of people inside your bank that are. Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of banks will decide for you, at least typically with corporate clients. The corporate clients decide themselves what payment method they want to use because they have that level of sophistication. They understand what the difference is between a SEPA payment, between a SWIFT payment, and what they can expect in either scenario. Yeah. Whereas a retail user, they just want their payments to be cheap and fast, and they're happy for you to decide that.
I presume you will see as a bank what is the cheapest way to process the payment, and that's the one you will prefer. You will prefer and push your clients to rather that method. And once upon a time, SEPA will surely be most efficient, cost efficient. In the meantime, I don't know how you will do. You will process with your correspondence, but that's how it works. And so you will drive your clients, I presume, to the most cost efficient for you.
So those are the big ones. We've got our testing strategy, but the testing strategy is interwoven throughout all of this, right? I put it separately here, but you've seen that the testing is related to your CSM arrangements, it's related to your interfaces, but you need to have that overall end-to-end testing strategy, which also takes into account a testing of the entire workflow end-to-end. We have our commercial strategy, which we need to define. How are we going to price these? Are we going to have a differentiated pricing between SWIFT and SEPA payments, which again is going to have an impact on our contracts, so our legal adaptations that we need to do, as well as our user interfaces. Again, this commercial strategy, it's difficult to define until we have the contract that's in place with our correspondent bank, when we have a good view of what this is going to cost us internally to process.
Only one question. When our PSP establish fees for SEPA payments, when they have to inform their clients, is it 2 months before start with transaction?
That depends on your national law. How is the commercial
we
protection of clients?
PSD2 and their terms is 2 months before.
Yeah.
I think that the colleague Andrea refers to just now when our banks will apply possibly to EPC. They filed their application on, for example, April 18th, with possibility to be already operational on June the 2nd. So in that aspect, whether they need when they would need to inform us about, given that they have like they have 2 months of time to report to the regulator changes in their fees. So in that aspect, this is just your advice. We would really appreciate your advice, whether they need to wait, whether they should, the cutoff date should be the day of the application or the day when they start operation. Sorry if you have the experience with it.
Yeah, well, there is no rule on this. So this discussion and feeling. First of all, will you charge differently tomorrow as today? The SEPA is, I have to be prudent. You can use this as an internal instrument to make it more efficient than the current payment systems. But the client don't necessarily know it is a SEPA payment behind. I don't know how you will implement it. It depends a little bit. If you will make a big publicity and say, now I have SEPA payments which are way more efficient and better and so on, which I hope you will do, by the way. The client you create expectations from the client side. So we say, in that case, more efficient and better and so on. A client translate is automatically in cheaper. That's for sure. That's for sure. So if you make it cheaper, normally they don't make a lot of noise. It's when you make it more expensive. Now, depends. You have on the one hand the PSD2 where you need to inform in time your clients if you make changes on one hand. On the other hand, you have all the national laws for the consumer protection that depends from country to country. That you have to inform your client in advance, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever. PSD2 comes on top of that. And I don't know if there is a local national law that says that you have to inform your clients in time when you do a change of tariffs. It's not only for banks, it's for all commercial institutions. If they change tariffs, they need to inform their client upfront a certain time. That's consumer protection. But by default, the PSD2 is already saying something. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
So there's one bit of danger that we need to potentially take into account in markets like Montenegro and also some of the other regions in the Balkans, is that the reality of the economic model of SEPA payments is very different here than within the EU. If you are a bank or a payment service provider in the EU, you have access to, for example, Centralink through the Central Bank of Lithuania. Again, all these routing and all these CSMs, their pricing is public. We know that if you go through Centralink, your minimum monthly fees are 500 euros a month, and your transactions cost 2.5 cents. And that's very expensive already when it comes to indirect participation. The economic reality here in Montenegro is very different. So we have to be careful about what the expectations are around SEPA payments, where if you take that from a pure EU context, the cost for a bank for a SEPA payment is astronomically lower than for a SWIFT payment. Unfortunately, due to the concentration of correspondence that we have in Montenegro, we haven't quite gotten there yet, and we still have to figure out solutions. And I think we're making good headway with things like TIPS clone to provide alternatives. But the economic reality of SEPA payments in Montenegro and in the EU is very, very different.
We prepare the future here, clearly.
So it's also for the central banks that are listening in on this call today, it's a little bit of a word of warning as well. Right? You don't want the public. I think it's good to have the public excited about SEPA payments and into that integration. But banks are faced with a commercial reality that there are today very limited number of correspondents, and until that issue is solved, and it's a very difficult issue to solve, we might not be grasping the full benefits of SEPA payments yet. And I think the central bank is
the operational benefits, yes. The cost benefits, not.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Absolutely.
But that's the point, huh? SEPA payments offer you straight-through processing, but also for your correspondence. Weighs more than the current messaging system. So they should process normally cheaper than they do today. And that's your negotiation margin you need to exploit at max with your correspondence. But yeah, I don't know the outcome, of course. But
so both the central bank and I are working hard on trying to attract more correspondent banks into the market, and looking at alternatives such as domestic ACH and whatnot. And we understand that it's still a difficult situation for the banks today. One thing that I can say is that, for example, we're based in Belgium. We have 2 banks that are providing no worries. We have 2 banks that are providing indirect participation services to almost all the banks in Belgium, and that's KBC and ING. They're 2 of the 4 largest banks in Belgium, and they are providing indirect participation services to their competitors. So it might be something to investigate for those banks that have branches in the EU. Is there not a commercial opportunity to provide indirect participation services through those EU branches to essentially your competitors here? If you look at the profit margins the current correspondent banks are making, they're paying 0.2 cents per transaction, and they're subject to your commercial negotiations, charging you quite a bit more than that. So those profit margins are astronomical, and it is quite common in a lot of European markets that the larger banks in that region are providing indirect participation services to the smaller banks who are also somewhat their competitors. So that would be an invitation to those banks to at least study that possibility as well. It can be quite a lucrative business if we're looking at it as well. Yeah, that was the economic. Anything else that we need to speak about the economic model? Of course,
yeah. But there are the benefits, the operational benefits from some SEPA are there from day one. The unaltered information, the timeless, whatever, the fast execution, the whatever, fast. Okay. Compared to Swift, but the 1 day, the certainty of you have the certainty of the execution. Today, what we have often on Swift clients, they ask a confirmation message that the payment arrived the other side. You don't need this with SEPA. If you didn't receive a reject, it arrived, full stop. You don't need other things. So it is way more efficient from that perspective. Operational liquidity as well, but now the commercial aspect, that's something.
So with the commercial aspect, the one big benefit that we have with SEPA payments are inbound payments. Today, if I want to send a payment to Montenegro and the bank isn't yet reachable through SEPA, then my bank will charge me for a SWIFT payment. That would be 5, 10, 15 euros, probably 10 euros, I think, for Montenegro.
Well, it will be an expensive country, I fear.
Yeah, sorry?
It will be an expensive country, I fear.
Yeah. So let's say 10 euros, my bank will charge me to send a payment to Montenegro. Tomorrow, when Montenegro is part of SEPA, well, the banks here might still have to charge significantly for it, or not very differently than from a SWIFT payment, because the costs are not very different from SWIFT payments.
Yeah.
But the sending bank will be charging much less. So the counterparty that's outside of the EU, or that's within the EU, will be paying less fees.
It is a way to promote business, of course.
So it's also one of
everybody who pays here from outside, from Europe, hotels, whatever, they will pay it at no cost or nearly no cost. Whereas today they have an international payment, which is really expensive for everybody, and this will be a significant change.
Yeah. So it's also one of the questions that I previously received is regarding fee structure in SEPA payments. So SEPA payments use the fee structure SLEV according to service level, which under PSD2 by definition is shared. Right? So the XML message you'll see SLEV, but it's essentially shared. And the question was, can we do our payments? Our corporates or our clients expect us to do our payments that we bear the charges. That's not relevant in SEPA payments. So first of all, you can only do shared charges. Second of all, the counterparty in the EU that's receiving that payment is typically not paying any fees or paying really
No fees?
negligible fees. They're paying maybe a couple of cents for
Yeah.
for that transaction. So your clients or your client suppliers, if you will, that are suppliers in the EU, they don't care whether it's our or share because they're not paying for it anyways. And I fully understand that that might not be the economic reality here. Hopefully we'll get there soon. We'll definitely get there when we're in the EU. Hopefully we'll make some progress by then, but yeah. Any more questions about the economics of SEPA payments? All right, just looking at the time here, I think we have a break. Perfect. Yeah, it's getting warm here. Yeah. So let's take a break and then we can discuss the other SEPA schemes in. So 20 minutes break. Is that correct? All right. Let's take 20 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello. So, where's the clicker? There we go. Okay. Perfect. Verification of payee. I think you talked about it a little bit in these past days as well, but this is what request to pay is for Francis. Verification of payee is for me. It's one of my favorite topics. Verification of payee is another scheme of the European Payments Council, and it is ingrained in European law under the Instant Payments Regulation. Why do we have this verification of pay scheme? Well, the European Commission, they want there to be more and more instant payments, so they are making instant payments, if you will, the new normal. But as we said, there is an increased risk of fraud associated to instant payments because the money hits the beneficiary account immediately. And what did we learn from the UK, which was one of the front runners when it came to verification of pay? Well, they saw in 2020, 2021, when they started to increase the limits for faster payments in the UK, fraud rates, and more specifically authorized push payment fraud, went through the roof. What's authorized push payment fraud? APP fraud is fraud that is authorized by the payer, right? So it's not someone that somehow cracks into your IT systems and does payments on your behalf. It is you as payer that is authorizing the payment because an invoice scam is occurring, a CEO fraud is occurring because of phishing or any of these type of social engineering scams, right? And then in 2021 in the UK they introduced confirmation of payee, and we saw that those authorized push payment frauds started to decrease. So we see it's an effective tool. What is confirmation of payee? Confirmation of payee is something that is integrated into the payment channels. And it allows a payer to verify the alignment between the name and the IBAN of the beneficiary. Okay? So this is what it might look like. I'm going to type in the name and the amount of the transaction as well as the IBAN of the beneficiary. And then through an interbank service, verification of payee service from the European Payments Council, or domestic services that exist around Europe as well, the payer's bank will contact the beneficiary bank and say, hey, I have a payment. My payer has said this payment is introduced as Mr. Callum James, and this is the IBAN. The beneficiary bank will then respond and say, yes, that corresponds. In my KYC databases, that account number does indeed belong to Mr. Callum James. And we'll see a result like this, payer confirmation, payer details confirmed. Okay. Alternatively, that account might not at all belong to Callum James because it's Francis's account, Francis Droek. In that case, the bank will say, no match. This account number does not correspond to this name. Now, if it was that binary, the system wouldn't work very well. Think about the payments that you do. typically there will be a lot of typos, little mistakes, and the actual match rate would be relatively limited, which is why we've also introduced this notion of a close match. And what's a close match? It's pretty close, right? It's almost the same, but not quite the same. I might do a payment to Francis de Roek and write de Roek in a single word instead of in 2 words. Francis has a 2-word last name. If I put them together in 1 word, or I spell it de Roek, de R-O-O-K instead of O-E-C-K, there I will get a result saying, it's a close match. Did you mean Francis de Roek? Actually, the beneficiary bank will respond with the actual data. When it comes to data privacy and GDPR, actually there is no new information that is being shared with me, right? It's just correcting a typographical error, a minor correction to the information I already know. No new data is being revealed. Now, what type of fraud can we prevent with this? Well, the big one is invoice fraud. And certainly in a business-to-business context, we see a lot of that. Right? It is, let's say, a telco. A telco is creating invoices for their clients. What can I do if I'm a fraudster? I'm going to intercept that invoice somehow, right? Pick it out of a mailbox, change the account number of the telco to my own account number. Or I'm going to convince someone to do a payment to me. This is especially useful for preventing invoice fraud because it allows us to verify that we are indeed paying the person who we think we are paying. Some of you might have read in the news last week, someone lost hundreds of thousands of dollars because they thought Brad Pitt needed money for his chemo. Yeah, right. So if they would have done a verification of payee, it would have said, "No, you are not paying Brad Pitt. Are you sure you want to do this payment?" Right. This type of fraud would also be prevented. So it's actually quite a powerful tool. There were a lot of countries that had a verification of payee scheme. We had one in the UK, with COP UK being the UK, I guess the UK equivalent to the EPC somehow, that already had, somewhat, that had a verification of payee scheme. In the Netherlands, all the banks adopted the scheme from SurePay. So there we had a domestic scheme with a single provider. In France, we had SEPA mail, but interconnectivity was a challenge. Everyone had their own rules, their own ways of doing things. The scheme is built in bilateral integrations, but no standardized approach to verification of payee. Especially the European Association Corporate Treasurers, as well as SurePay, they lobbied quite hard to have this integrated into the European legislation, into the instant payments regulation. And when it became a requirement to perform these services, well, at that point, the EPC had to step in to try to standardize. And that took some time as well for the EPC to get their act together, but we'll keep that for another day. We're being recorded. So they developed this verification of payee scheme that allows a payer's bank to interact with a payee bank to verify the alignment between the names. The EPC also maintains a directory service, or they are developing a directory service, which will allow you to, for a BIC, for a specific BIC, see what the endpoint is of that bank. That bank can either respond to these verification of payee requests themselves, or they can make use of a service provider called a routing and verification mechanism to respond on their behalf or to route requests on their behalf. So verification of payee is an EPC scheme. Francis confirmed that Montenegrin banks can participate.
Yeah, indeed. So I had a discussion with Sylvia, with the legal of EPC. Does Montenegro need to apply or not to this scheme? It's important to know it exists. The European banks are obliged to offer this for the instant payments, also for the credit transfers. It is part of instant payment regulation. I know, instant, but it applies also to the credit transfers. So we are obliged to do this, and by October, the 6th of October, to apply this. So we are all obliged. Then came the question, are Montenegrin banks obliged to do this as well? No, you are still free
So you are not obliged, you know it is outside, you know it exists, but it is not mandatory for you. You can choose, you may of course apply and use it, but you're not obliged to do this. So you are free, but need to know it is good, your clients like it, will surely like it. Of course, you have a lot of things to implement. It's perhaps not the first thing you implement. It comes in the second in the second row time frame. But it is a good service, and as long as you're not in the EU, you don't have this as mandatory scheme yet. But afterwards, it will become one. What I would not like to add to Kjeld, if I may do so. So this verification of PE is before you execute the payment. So you have this answer. Your bank, your payer's bank, raises the questions to the PE's bank. You can find where he's living in the register that EPC is making. There are for the very first time the EPC made mandatory APIs. So if you participate, you have to participate in the verification of PE scheme. You have at least to offer this API, to expose this API where you are reachable, so everybody can raise you a question as payees, as beneficiary bank. Does this name correspond, yes or no, with the IBAN? There are also commercial companies, as Kjeld said, that do this for you, that bridge the gap, so you have only one link to do, and you don't have to link with the 4,000 APIs. But this is nice because a standard API makes also standard answers and then more easy to process. The answer is before you send. You come on the liability as well or not? Yeah? No. Okay. Just okay. So the answer comes before you send out the payment. So the payer contacts his bank. I want to execute a payment on his mobile banking, on his whatever banking, e-banking tools. The bank will reply yes or no. The payer, the name of the payer corresponds, or maybe. In the case of maybe, you display the real name. Not in the case of the yes, not in the case of a no. It's only when it is approximately. You receive the real name, and it is the payer who decides if he will send out nevertheless the payment, even if it is a no match. If the payer says, no, it's a no match, I don't care, please execute the payment, you will do so. You as a bank, you are not liable for this. If the client decides to do this or not to do this, it is his problem. Your liability limited to do well your job, of course.
So there's
to always provide the answer. This corresponds yes or no approximately, and to do this in a correct way. That's your only liability. But if the payer decides nevertheless to overrule and say, I don't care, please do, you do. That's not your problem.
So just to be clear, there is no liability in Montenegro. That's instant payments regulation. That's EU. It's not in Montenegro. So there's no discussion of liability.
But you are free to do so. Once it will become mandatory for you as well. But this is a very good scheme, and that's why it is nice to mention it.
It's a scheme that really helps prevent fraud. It's also one of the things that you might look at implementing to prevent an influx of fraudsters into your banks, because what will happen is all the banks in Europe need to, or in EU, need to implement this, right? What does that mean? That it means if you're a fraudster and you want to receive payments, if I come to Montenegro, my bank and the banks here haven't implemented it in Montenegro, well then instead of the payer getting a no match result, they get a result that says verification of pay not possible. So it's a double thing, right? First of all, if it's an actual fraud, the result is not possible rather than no match. The other thing is that payers in the EU get used to the verification of pay scheme. They will get very used to it. And when they do a payment to a counterparty in the EU, they will see that result, yes, it matches, yes, it matches, yes, it matches when they do their payments. If they do a payment to Montenegro, the result will be beneficiary cannot be verified. So that user experience for payers in the EU that are doing payments towards other EU countries or doing them towards the Montenegro will be very different. Also, if we look at the UK has implemented confirmation of pay. Most of the service providers that have these verification of pay services, they have also integrated the COP UK scheme. So that's another example of banks outside of the EU that will have almost globally confirmation of pay integrated into their services. What I can say as well is that there is besides the directory service, the EPC is maintaining a registry of these providers who provide routing and verification mechanisms. What I can say as well is that they have set their pricing so it's quite scalable. So it doesn't have to be very expensive to implement this either. They can also host the data for you. So the level of effort required to implement this is somewhat limited. So I would strongly recommend that you look at the verification of pay scheme. And if you want more information about it, then read the rule book, what Francis would say, or send me an email. That works as well. Any questions about verification of pay besides the lack of word at the top of the title? Also on the chat, let me have a quick look. All right. I guess we can, we talked about the economics. Let's talk about the overview of some other payment schemes, and I think you've looked into a lot of people have looked into this yesterday. But let's start with SEPA Direct Debit. Francis, this is your thing rather than mine. Have fun.
I like this thing, so.
I don't.
Direct debits. I know in those countries there are not a lot of direct debits. Just we have 2 or 3 slides on this. It exists, but it is not a bad instrument. In most of the European countries, it does represent between 15 and 30% of the payment volume. Direct debits are still growing every year. The volumes are becoming higher. It is an old instrument, I know, a very old one, but a rather efficient one. It is, of course, in euro and in the SEPA zone. Direct debits are based on a mandate. In fact, it is a pull mechanism instead of a push. Credit transfers, you push them. It is a pull. You allow somebody to debit your account. Well, strange, but you allow somebody, and that's based on a mandate. You give him a mandate. That mandate is an instrument that is a legal instrument, by the way, that is valid for the creditor, the ones who will initiate the payment, as for the bank that allows that creditor to debit your account. So it is all based on this mandate. You have 2 schemes. You have a core and a B2B. If you implement the one, you have to implement the other as well. This was an issue for Croatia, by the way. The core scheme is for all individuals, citizens, and corporate. Everybody can use it. Whereas the B2B scheme, business to business, is only limited to businesses. They're the only ones that may use it. What is the main difference between both? And we'll be very brief on this one. Is that in the core scheme there are extensive refund possibilities. So you give a mandate, your account can be debited, but you are protected. You're tremendously protected. During 8 weeks, no question asked for any reason. You just say, I want my money back, and you receive the money back. And your bank will credit you. They will automatically debit the bank of the creditor, the one that initiated the payment and that received the money, and that bank will then re-debit that client. Say, whoa, this is not a secure system. You're never sure you will receive the money. During 8 weeks, everybody can pick up your money back. Not true, because it is working very well. So that's, yeah, well, that is the high level flow. So you first, what is arrow 1, you have the contractual relationship between the PE, the PE's bank. The PE sets up a mandate. Here, arrow 2, the payer signs it, send it back to the PE. And there is always, this mandatory in the scheme as well, a pre-notification. It is the invoice. It's no more complicated than that. You need to send up an invoice. The PE sends then, initiates a direct debit. It goes via the clearing houses, a little bit the same as a credit transfer, but the other way around. You send it, the payer's bank debit the payer's account and credits, of course, so I will not go in details on the time frame, but that's roughly
how it works. It's a pull mechanism. It's the same as credit transfer, but the other way around, based on a mandate. There are some time frames. You have to pre-notify to send invoice if you have not a contract agreement by default 14 days in advance, but you can overrule and make whatever day if you have it in the contract. You send to your bank 1 day in advance at the latest the collection files, during 5 days you're not certain at all. The banks can return, say, oh, there is money on the account, there is no money on the account, but I don't want his phone line to be cut. I will try tomorrow and the day after. During 5 days they can do, and after 5 days you're rather sure that the money is on your account. The bank will not, for banking reasons, debit the accounts back. And the clients, they have 8 weeks the possibility to ask, no question, ask the money back. In practice, this happens not very frequently. And during 13 months, but that's really very low volumes. If you say, but my mandate was not validly signed, and that's the only reason, I want my money back as well, you can do so, but that's only in that case. And this happens very rarely. I hope. Oh, you don't have my slide with the economics. There are, there are a lot of reasons to set up direct debits. Treasurers like this instrument because it is a complete predictable flow. They know that when they send out a file, that on the famous date they will receive the money. If you send out credit invoices, when will the credit transfers come in? Bit by bit, so that's rather difficult. So it is a complete predictable flow, which is from a treasury perspective rather good. You have very, very low reject rates, 1%, 1.5%, depending on the countries. So translated in card terms, you have a checkout ratio of 98 or over 98%. No other instrument provides this. You send out your invoices, how many are paid, how many are not paid. 98 you will never attain. The 98% success rate. This is tremendous, and this is over all the countries on average in Europe. So it works pretty fine. Predictable, high checkout ratio. 100% reconcilable. You receive, when you send out, everything what is not rejected is accepted by default, and you can reconcile 100%. So no reconcile issues. And you know, as long as money is not reconciled by the corporate, it is not part of your treasury. You may not reuse it. They need to be reconciled before you can use it. So predictable, you have it. Reconcilable, that is a lot of advantage, and it is still a growing instrument between 15 and 30%. The typical users are the large billers, insurance companies, water, gas, electricity, telephone. These are the typical use of the instrument. I will stop here. If you're interested, of course, I can speak hours and hours about these rule books. I know them by heart. But it's not popular here, but that's why it is so popular in the part of the instruments. Some countries are even more heavy on direct debits than other ones. Germany, Spain are very, very high, heavy direct debit countries. They go up sometimes to 50%. France is 30. Belgium is the lowest with 15. Tax authorities are very often using this as well to debit taxes. I don't know if you like the tax authorities debit your account as such, but they use it very frequently as well. Okay? There are no more questions on that one. Instant credit transfers. Aha. You or me? Go for it. I like this as well. So what I already said, instant payments are exactly the same format, the same paxes and so on as the credit transfers. So if, as a bank, you build systems and you want to make them certainly your channels, think about this. This is the same. This you can perhaps make uses for the one for the other. It is a European Payment Council scheme. This is the last one they produced. Except payment scheme, the VOP, which was the very, very last one. What is typical that it is today under the 10 seconds. And we say it is not a target. On average, in Europe, an instant payment takes 2 seconds. 2 seconds, whole Europe reachable in 2 seconds. This is tremendous, huh? And this is the good part of it. And it runs 24/7, 365. It is the only instrument where the payer is in the lead. Imagine this. He can make the payment happen when he wants. There is no such other instrument. If he says, I want my salary payments to be done the 1st of the month at 7 in the morning, they will all be executed the 1st in the month at 7 in the morning. There is no other instrument that can do this. And this 1st of the morning, 1st of the month, that can be a Sunday, that can be a Saturday, that can be Easter, that can be whatever holiday it is executed the 1st of the month. There is no such instrument. It is tremendous. Huh? How does it work? Do you have a scheme on the functionalities or not?
Let me just finish this one up, maybe. So what's also interesting about instant payments and why we have this instant payments regulation and why politically there's a lot of pressure on instant payments is that it allows for new use cases. The fact that the payment is instant allows us to use it in e-commerce, allows us to use instant payments potentially at point of sales, right? You can't use SEPA credit transfers or SWIFT payments or something like that at a point of sales. You can't go to the supermarket and say, you know, I'll send you a payment and hopefully it'll arrive in 2 days, but let me walk out of the store with my shopping bag. You can't do that. Whereas here, you can, because the merchant gets the money within typically 2 seconds, worst case, 10 seconds. What do we use to pay in stores today? It's Visa or MasterCard, fundamentally, you know, or completely controlled by the US. So if the US all of a sudden says, oh, we don't like what Europe is doing, so let's switch off Visa and MasterCard in Europe, we have a huge problem because we don't control our retail payments. There's a sovereignty issue related to our retail payments. Whereas instant payments provide a viable alternative. Now, what is the one problem that we have with instant payments is that it's a debtor-driven flow, being it's the payer that initiates the payment. And that's why we have these overlay services that are being developed, such as QR codes, such as request to pay, such as open banking initiatives, such as the European Payments Initiative, EPI, all of these type of initiatives to actually be able to use these instant payments, but in creditor-driven flows, where the payment information is being provided and the payment is being triggered by the creditor.
I even don't give inside information. The Commission doesn't like the cards. Huh? They write it, so you can read it wherever you want. Huh? Well, this is because, as Kjeld said, they are not ruling the cards. The cards are governed outside of Europe, and that's what they don't like. And that's why they think and believe that instant payments, combined with all these overlay services, could be an efficient alternative to card payments. And that's why they're pushing so hard for the moment. And that's why they have the instant payment regulation to make it mandatory that all the banks have to offer it, at least the ones in Europe already, to make this efficient account-to-account payments, triggered by a lot of things, overlay services, and they are pushing it very hard. And I don't think it's a bad decision, but cards will still live for a very long. That's not the issue. But that's why there's such a hard push to realize them. You have this instant payment regulation. You have the TIPS platforms. You have a lot of things that are in place to operate them efficiently.
Yeah. So, instant payments, Francis, you said it's very much like a SEPA credit transfer. There's a few nuanced differences. The first one is that instant payments are unitary. It's one by one. We don't package instant payments. They're one by one in the interbank space. And the very big difference is it's message 4 here, which is the confirmation by the beneficiary bank. We said with SEPA payments, right, no news is good news. We just execute the payment and it'll be credited within a day. If we don't hear anything, it's fine. With an instant payment, the beneficiary bank, the payee bank, has to confirm to the clearing and settlement mechanism that the beneficiary account has been credited. or has to reject the payment. The settlement only occurs within the clearing and settlement mechanism after that message has been sent back.
And so this part in the middle, the CSM in this case is really, really important. So the payer instructs his payment, the CSM receives it, forwards it, it's all in this 2 seconds, forwards it to the bank, and this bank confirms. And they say, I can pick up the payment, yes or no. Your account is open, I'm ready, this is not a terrorist, whatever, I will pick up and I will do this. And then this party in the middle, this CSM is very important, they say to the two parties, they unblock the situation and they say, go. And from that moment, when they give the go, and only when they give the go, this one will definitely credit the account, and this one will finally debit the account. They blocked perhaps already, they reserved the funds, but they will definitely debit from that moment on. And the 10 or the 5 seconds rule soonly is when? As when the client starts instructing his payment, when this hits the bank, then the counter starts. Today 10, in the future 5, and in 5 seconds, this bank need to validate if everything is fine and go, it is enough funds and so on, makes the payment, receives the answer, and sends the answer back. That's in the 5. In practice, we do this in 2, but that's the 5 seconds rule. This part in the middle gives the go. Now, liquidity perspectives, the pre-fund account. Yeah. Okay. Fine. So, why will he credit here? He need to be safe and sure that there is money. He will never credit if there is no money in the account. So, what do they do? This part in the middle, CSM has a technical account. Well, make it plastic here and say it is a big pot with money. And all the banks that participate put money in the pot. And they know exactly how much everybody has in this big pot. They know it. The only one that know it for the moment. When they receive a payment, they say, do you have enough money in that pot? Yes, okay. Then we send the money, we send the transaction through. And when this gives a go, when they give a go, they say, okay, now, in this big pot, I know, I put a little bit less from this one and a little bit more on that one. And say they know at the evening, and only once on a day, in the evening, they go to the central bank and they say, in fact, this big pot I have belongs for so much to that bank, to so much to that bank, to so much to all the participants. The situation changed already when they send it, because it's instant. So 10 seconds later, all the other payments. But so once upon a day, they make a transmission to the central bank. That's how it works. And that's, by the way, how TIPS works as well. And TIPS is, no, that's the only one. TIPS is a little bit different. TIPS has not a big pot in the middle. Because if you are the central bank, clearing and settlement is the same. A clearing house needs to clear, and then the transaction needs to be settled, and you go to the central bank and move the money from the one bank account to the other bank account. But if you are already at central bank, you don't need to settle. It is settled. So the transfer, the TIPS transfer, is already the settlement in it. So you don't have this big pot. On the other hand, you have everybody participating in TIPS has his own TIPS account with money on it, of course. Otherwise, it can't work. And so what they do, they move money from one TIPS account to another TIPS account. So that's the difference between a TIPS system and a commercial operating instant payment system like EPA clearing is offering with RT1, real-time payments 1. There will be perhaps a second, I don't know. It's calling RT1, but that's how it is. Yeah, adoption rates.
So adoption of instant payments has been somewhat slow. Before the instant payments regulation, we were around 11% when it was introduced, 13, and now it's climbing, right? What we see with banks that do instant payments by default, typically they are sending out 30 to 40% of their payments as instant. Why? Because the large volumes of payments in Europe are not being executed on a unitary basis, but are being executed by corporates who send in payment files with many hundreds or thousands of payments. And those traditionally have been out of scope. That's why they published the instant payments regulation on the 13th of March of 2024, which was an amendment primarily to the SEPA regulation, but also settlement finality directive, a couple of other changes as well. Huh? So what does this instant payments regulation do? It makes instant payments mandatory for all banks that are capable of receiving Euro credit transfers. Again, EU regulation, not Montenegrin regulation yet. So required to receive instant payments. That went into effect last week. We can no longer charge a surcharge for instant payments. So historically, banks charged a little bit more, sometimes for instant payments, than they did for regular SEPA credit transfers, depending on the bank, depending on the region, but often instant payments were a little bit of a premium product. Now banks are no longer allowed to charge more for an instant payment than for a regular SEPA credit transfer. The verification of payee service as of October will be mandatory for all EU banks as well to provide. Sanction screening is changing, where we are going from a know your transaction model to a know your client model, but not get into that. It's EU, and it's Francis that wrote that part of the regulation actually. And then finally, it introduces a path for non-bank payment service providers to settle directly. What does that mean? We have obviously credit institutions which had access to central bank accounts. As of April of this year, non-bank payment service providers, so that's payment institutions and electronic money institutions, will get the ability to apply to have an account directly at the European Central Bank. So what are the big challenges associated to instant payments? Well, the first big one that we see in implementing instant payments for a bank is related to the 24/7 requirement. A lot of banks today are used to closing the door at 6 o'clock in the evening. You have the last run of the RTGS. You won't get any payments in until, let's say, 7 o'clock in the morning. So that gives you plenty of time to make your interest rate to make your interest calculations, to create your reporting, to update your systems, all of that. Now, 24/7 availability. That means that your systems need to be available 24/7. It also means that when you're doing IT upgrades, you have to do that in parallel, right? Think about your sanction screening systems or your fraud prevention systems or your AML systems. You can't just have an AML system be down for a day because you're upgrading your system or you're changing your infrastructure. No, it means you have to do an upgrade on one side while leaving the old one into production. So it fundamentally changes your bank from an infrastructure perspective. It's also driven a lot of banks to start looking more at cloud-based IT infrastructures, because doing so cost effectively, unless you're a huge bank, typically cloud is one of the more cost-effective ways to do it. And finally, besides the real-time availability and the 24/7 availability, real-time is quite challenging because a lot of banks today are still dealing with batch-based processes, right? You have one system that feeds a file into the next system, that feeds a file into the next system. Here, everything needs to be online. So banks are making this transformation towards microservice-based architectures rather than their traditional legacy systems, which were sending files from one system to another. So if we think about the transformation that's required from an IT perspective, it's big. It's quite significant for banks. On top of that, you have your organizational changes that you need to consider. You now have clients that are doing payments at 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. Do you have customer support at 3 o'clock on Saturday? Your liquidity position can change at all times, right? Certainly now, when there's no longer limits to the amount of the value of instant payments, that means all of a sudden as a bank, you can have a client that's moving all of their funds out of their account at 3 o'clock in the morning, and where your position as a bank, fundamentally, your liquidity position as a bank can even be impacted at 3 o'clock in the morning. You might have to fund or defund your accounts to be able to process instant payments. So from an organization and liquidity management perspective, there's quite a big change. So, I know you've had some changes these past years. You had ISO 20022, already an investment to uplift your systems to be able to process that. We now have SEPA payments, a significant investment to be able to upgrade that. Instant payments makes all of that look like child's play. So this is a very big change. As you are but it's inevitable. As we join the EU, as we join the TIPS clone, it's inevitable to go towards instant payments. And it's not just in Europe, it's around the world that instant and real-time payments are becoming the norm. So as you move forward with your investments and you're thinking about how you are going to design your systems, take into account that this is headed your way sooner or later. Yeah. And yeah, think about how you design things. Prefer API-based processes over batch-based processes. Prefer resilience. Consider doing things in the cloud. It will make that transition towards instant payments that much easier. But this is a much bigger change than ISO or SEPA.
Now, will credit transfers be dead? That's a question that is often raised. Is it extinguished? I don't know what. Well, instant payments are growing faster and faster. Today, these were the figures 22. We are, I think we are 18 or 90%, 19 in Europe of the credit transfers that are already executed by instant payments. But you still have the bulks. The slowest way to send the bulk is do it over instant payments. Then you're sure it will be very slow. Because what do we need to do? As Kjeld mentioned, they are one by one sent over the line. If you have a bulk with 1,000, with 100,000, if you have pension payments, very large files, you have to unbulk them and set them on the line one by one. A bulk, what do? You cut it in pieces and you send it to the different banks in sub-bulks. In practice, that's what's happening. So it goes rather fast. You have to unbulk 1,000 payments and put them every 10 seconds on the line. I need a quarter of an hour in practice. Okay, it will go faster, but so bulks are there, and large files and large transactions numbers are often executed by bulks, and so they will still remain for some time, and so direct debits will not be, direct debit credit transfers will not be dead in that short notice. But there will be a famous migration within 2, 3, 4 years. Half of more of the transactions will effectively in Europe be instant. That's for sure.
So maybe a last note, since I know there's a number of central bankers on the call as well. Value-added services and overlay services. So to make instant payments successful, you need overlay services. If you look at the studies from World Bank, for example, and you see the adoption of instant payments across various markets, you need overlay services. What are the typical overlay services that we develop, and what are their relative importances? The first one that we see are proxy services. What's a proxy service? It's finding a type of correspondence between an account number and another detail. Typically that would be a phone number or a legal entity identifier or a tax ID, something like that. What's the benefit of integrating something like that into, let's say, your banking app? Well, now my banking app, I can give I can give access to my banking app to my contact list, and now all of a sudden, through that proxy database, I can pay all my friends. I can reimburse Francis for dinner without having to know his account number. We'll have to think here about, domestic payments as well, which are today using BBAN. If we migrate towards IBAN as well, that has a lot of changes for clients. Using services such as IBAN, such as proxy, can make that transition a little bit easier as well, right? Because I don't even have to care about the IBAN. I just have a phone number provided there as a proxy. So proxy is one important service that really helps drive adoption, especially in peer-to-peer payments. The second one is QR codes. Why QR codes? Because it allows these instant payments to be driven by the creditor. If I send out an invoice, I can put a QR code on it, and people can scan that QR code, pay the invoice. If I have a store, or I have a banking app, even a taxi that uses your banking app, Well, the taxi can generate a QR code so that you can pay by scanning that QR code. And we see that at all levels in the market. It's much harder for these big retailers to integrate that into their systems, but it typically starts with smaller retailers. I don't know if anyone has been to India or Brazil recently, but there they have these instant payment systems, UPI and Pix, that are used by everyone. Even the small corner shop or even the retailer that's selling something on the street, they all have these QR codes. On top of that, it's an overlay service that you can charge for. So this is a way to recover some of these investments in instant payments because it allows you to drive up those volumes, and money that's today going towards the card schemes, you can bring that back into the banking environment. So it's a way to generate return on investment. And the third and final value-added service that we typically see on here is fraud prevention services. Why is fraud prevention services interesting to organize centrally? Because centrally you have, first of all, more volume, so your investments in fraud prevention algorithms are spread over a larger number of transactions. And secondly, well, more volume means more data. So you're better able to train your models and to use that vast amount of data to detect specific patterns. We see that as well with EBA clearing. On step 2, they have the fraud prevention and anomaly detection system as well, which uses basically the data to see if there are any outliers, any suspicious transactions. So those are the 3 typical value-added services, the 3 typical overlay services that we see in instant payments that can really help drive up adoption and help banks recover some of the costs associated to implementing all of that. With that, I think we came to our last slide, so we still have a little bit of time for Q&A. Any last questions about this or anything European payments at all? Looking at the chat here as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe just a few words about the one leg SEPA scheme. The usage, yes, one leg out, and the usage in.
So, the one leg out credit transfer scheme is a instant credit transfer scheme, exactly, is a scheme which allows you to use instant payments to settle or to do a domestic leg of a cross-border transaction. So how would you use that? You could have, for example, a US bank that is sending a payment to a correspondent bank in Europe, and that European correspondent bank that is then using the instant payment rails to settle the European leg and to send that transaction to the beneficiary PSP. Why did this come about? Because, well, SEPA and even instant payments were being used for this purpose already. Mainly US banks that had branches in Ireland that were then using those branches and doing payments on behalf of in those branches
initially
towards the rest
this
of
was the start. This was the start of the one leg out. The one leg out is a very long story at EPC. It was already, I think, in 2000, I don't know what, 10 years ago, the first version, and then it was abandoned completely. We had the US banks that came over London on a cheap way in the SEPA world, and they didn't invest a lot, but they benefited a lot, and that was a handy way to distribute the money in Europe. But then Brexit came, and that was the end game for the English to do so, and so the trigger was there again. And in the meantime, when the US came over London, in fact, these were hidden US payments, and from a screening and a compliance perspective, we didn't like this. You couldn't see it was an American guy there here behind. It was always the same London account you found. And so that was the initial reason we were not very happy as European banks to create this system. Things changed. The messages became more extensive. We can now, in the UCT scheme, in a handy way, see it comes from outside of the EEA, and so the leg outside is now ways more identified, and we can do it more efficiently. The OCT Inst scheme only applies to the European leg. It stops at the border.
We hope, of course, that the other side is respecting as much as possible. It depends on your correspondent how good he can request the other side to perform as well. There are some initiatives already ongoing in pilot, but it's not evident from a settlement perspective, to connect the instant part of Europe with the instant part on the other side. We have this in EBA clearing. We have this initiative with IXB, instant payment cross-border, where we interconnect the European system with the clearinghouse. It's one of the three out in the US to make this happen. It's still in the pilot phase because it's not evident to do. If you look on a more closer basis, you have the ECB connecting with Sweden, and soon with Denmark, and Norway is coming as well. They were requesting, say, we can do this on instant way, but we need a more efficient way. We need more information. You can not do this with the standard SCT Inst scheme. This is the standard. This is not the same SCT Inst scheme. This is SCT Inst nearly the same, but you have the data format is a little bit longer because you need more information as you go cross-border. And that's the OCT Inst. For the moment, there's not yet a big take-up of this OCT Inst scheme. Everybody's looking to everybody when it starts. Perhaps we need an end date as well, I don't know. But it's not, it is there, it is out, it is live, the rulebook is live, but there are not yet a lot of participants on it.
Starting now, the Spanish banks have taken the lead in there with the
Spanish
EPC
bank
and the
have
Spanish banks. Getting on
a near to close OCT Inst. Be careful, but they have a very good relationship, of course, with South American banks because of the language and so on. So that's the corridor, I just would say, where they act on OCT Inst, and this route with the South of America and the Spanish banks here in Europe. That's the very first corridor that is working, but it is near to close to OCT Inst. Not exactly, but it is a very good example already.
So that was a very long answer to a very short question. Anyone else dare to ask a question?
In the
There's
chat?
a question in the chat, perfect. So the question is, to your knowledge, can you please let us know how is the rollout of QR code payments going in the EU? What are some of the obstacles that banks and our merchants or citizens are facing? Well, this is an interesting one. The problem is that a lot of countries already have QR code systems domestically. We had a system in France. We had one in Belgium. We have another system. So there's other systems in the south of Europe, for example, in Italy, in Portugal, and Spain. And there was this type of initiative to build a pan-European card scheme called the European Payments Initiative, EPI. And it was 24 of the largest European banks from across Europe that had joined the scheme with this idea to develop a card scheme and to replace essentially all these domestic systems. Now there were two problems with this system. The first was related to priorities. Every country had their own system and they all thought it was the best. And they wanted a replica of their own system, or they wanted their own system to take over the world, right? That was one problem. The second is, well, what happens if you get rid of your domestic system? These domestic systems were typically owned by the banks. So to develop this pan-European card scheme called EPI would be not only a huge investment in the EPI company that was required from a marketing perspective, from a development perspective, but on top of that, the shares that all these banks had in their domestic systems, well, they become irrelevant, so those shares lose in value. So it was a double loss in the books of the banks to be able to adopt this. So what happened? We had a little bit of a rift between the north and the south of Europe, where basically today I think there are three champions when it comes to QR code payments. The first one is what remains of EPI, now branded for consumers as Vero. And that is the system that is being used in France, Germany, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. And the way that they went about that is they went away with card schemes focused on proxy, focused on QR, and on top of that, all of the they acquired the existing systems to have a starting customer base, and on top of that, to alleviate some of the shareholder loss pain for the banks. The South, they went with a different approach. So there you have an interoperability between the proxy schemes in Portugal, Italy, and Spain. There, unlike with Vero, there is no branding. Iberpay, for example, in Spain has their own branding, their own scheme called Bizum, which has been extremely successful. They have made that interoperable with the equivalent systems in Italy and in Portugal, but each country is retaining their own branding, their own infrastructure, their own companies. So it's less of an integrated model. And then finally, in the Nordics, we have VIPs, we have Swish, and those are kind of aggregating as well. So in the Nordics, we see that interoperability as well when it comes to QR code payments. So today we have these three regions that are still somewhat disconnected, but we are seeing QR codes start to take up. Lastly, I have to say in Europe, it's a little bit of a difficult sell because payments globally are economies of scale, right? And these solutions have to compete with the economies of scale of the card schemes, which are enormous. They're processing billions and billions of transactions. So from an economic perspective, it's difficult to undercut the card schemes in terms of pricing, and certainly difficult to do so because clients are already have their payment habits. But yeah, it's starting slowly. I think we'll get there, but I think maybe the EU regulators, they were too quick in reducing interchange fees, which made card payments in Europe relatively cheap. Right? In most of Europe, in the EU, will pay a lot less for card payments than you will in terms of interchange fees here. So now to undercut those very low interchange fees, it's very difficult without those economies of scale. So probably they should have waited for these European schemes to develop before limiting interchange fees. But great question. Any others in the chat or in the room? All right. So with that, then I would love to, was the meeting recorded? Was a question that was asked. I'm not sure the entire meeting will be shared, but some parts will be. So thank you very much for hosting Francis and I here today. Happy to stay in touch. My contact details here, and the QR code is to my LinkedIn. Also make a post tagging Francis so you can easily find him as well. Francis, you have any final thoughts or words?
Thank you all for allowing us to present it. I wish you a good SEPA migration. It will be quite challenging. There will be questions, I know, a lot of them. You will find a lot of information anyway on the EPC website and the EBA clearing if you choose to go over there. You will find a lot of information there. And my last word will be read the rule book.
Excellent. Well, on behalf of the central bank and on behalf of our banking market in Montenegro, we want to thank you for outstanding presentation. I believe that we all learned quite a lot. Of course, our process of integration to SEPA won't be easy. However, with such a good expertise in our help, we believe in a successful outcome. And to this end, I look forward to receiving our regular bi-weekly progress report from our bank. So we will, of course, stay in touch, and please do not hesitate to contact our colleagues in the days following this presentation, given your current status in the progress of SEPA migration. And I really look forward to hear the news about first filings of SEPA applications on April the 18th. We as a central bank are preparing as well. Thank you so much.